Hello, hello. Hello, everybody. Welcome to NGConf 2024. Woo! I'm pretty amazed that you all made it to Bonn. Welcome to our new venue for this year. I think it's pretty amazing. So I think it's the biggest stage we had so far for NGDE. So yeah, it's I think it's an honor for us to like present on such a big space for the speakers and maybe also for you, because it's a little sneak peek. This evening you have the chance to do here a little bit PowerPoint karaoke. Ooh. So for those who don't know what it is, be later in this room again after the with the after party. We do some crazy stuff here. NGDE, it's special because we have big focus on the community. It's you, it's us, it's everywhere, it's all of us. So the community in the JavaScript field, and especially in Angular, has, I think it's like one of the major points why I also love to like organize the conferences and do all the stress. Because with community, you interact, you build friends, you meet old friends, get new friends, and community is like the main part that makes you feel welcome and interact with everybody here. So happy to have you here. And with the community power, to organize an event like this, we have to do a few things before, like maybe I don't know how you find it about Twitter. Many of you handed in the call for paper process, then we did the blind voting. After the blind voting, we have to take care about the finances and the sponsors. Yeah, then things got fucked up. Oh, there need to be a party, a hotel, badges, and what the fuck? Okay, this is like how our heads looked like the last months. It was like many things to do. So it's like super nice to have you all here. Everything worked fine. Even if the breakfast was a little bit late, I'm really sorry for that. But I think we also handled that. And I would thank everybody who was mainly involved in organizing the conference. So a big warm applause for all these helpers and organizers. So organizing is really a ton of work. So yeah, it is huge. Yeah, if you see any of these people on the conference, step by, talk to them. We also have a huge helping hands team. You can see on the wardrobe, on the ticketing, on any other places. Yeah, talk to them if you feel so. Thank them, give them like feedback, whatever you want. Another really big part of the conference and the spread of word for the conference is a community. So we have many little and bigger community projects like Meetup and everything that supported us on the way to be here. So you see some of the logos of the conferences here. There are friend meetups, there are other conferences in other countries. So also like a big applause for the community project that supported us to make the conference. And as you can see, the location is quite fancy this time. So what also like was a big part of the support we get to organize the conference were the sponsors. So the sponsors this time are located in the hall you like entered. And they are the main pillar of the financial stuff that we can organize a conference. So please, in the breaks, go to the sponsors, thank them, talk to them. They have different things. Some of them want to hire people, some of them have a product. But please go to the sponsors and thank them that they allow us to have such a nice venue. So a big applause for the sponsors. We will also like tell you later a little bit about the sponsors in detail, so you can if you're looking for a new job, if you're looking for support, whatever, you know how to connect to them and talk to them. Cool. Workshops.de is the main organizer. It's my company. So we do IT trainings. I started, I think, 2012 when I was writing a book about Angular, JS. I hope everybody was born already there. No, just kidding. After Angular, I did also React, Vue. We also had a Vue conference the last 2 days here, and I combined everything under workshops.de. So if you're interested in IT education, conferences, whatever, please talk to us. My whole team is here. So feel welcome. And thanks the whole team also from workshops.de to helping organizing. Thank you. So, to everybody, that everybody feels comfortable on this conference, we have a code of conduct. You all accepted it when buying a ticket to the conference. The code of conduct is like a set of rules. We using the Berlin Code of Conduct. It's like a written document, primarily of the meetup communities. It's primarily about that everybody, regardless from where they're from, where they look like, what their orientation in whatever, is like feel welcome. So no discrimination in any way is respected here. If you feel uncomfortable in any way, please reach out to some of us. It's not accepted here, so everybody should feel welcome. And if you feel sick, you can get masked as a mask at the wardrobe. It's really okay. And if you don't want to be on photos, for example, we have this red badges. If you have anything else you need to feel more comfortable or something that makes you feel uncomfortable, please reach out to us and respect the code of conduct. And thank you. To make new friends. Who of you is familiar with the concept of conference buddy? Yeah, nearly everybody. It's cool. Conference buddy is a concept from Miriam. Miriam is not here today, but she allowed us to also use it. Conference buddy is a system where people have little badges on their like little dogs, badges on their shirts or something. They offer you a help introduction in the community. So maybe if you're new, you don't know where to get the first step into, look out for people who has this conference buddy badges or the stickers, and they can introduce you to other people. For example, you say hey, I'm from country X, Y, whatever. I don't know anybody. I'm RxJS master, whatever. Cool, this is a group of RxJS core committers, whatever. So something like that is the conference buddy people are. Everybody can do it, but the conference buddy people are especially open so they can connect you to other people that may help you to find in the community. So, cool. Another thing that would make you comfortable is when you know where the restrooms are. The restrooms are a little bit hidden. So the restrooms are located when you go out of the location and straight back onto the stairs, like 50 meters where they came from where the check-in was. So there are the restrooms under the stairs. It's a little bit hidden. I'm sorry for that. But they're full accessible. You can easy go there if you have people on a wheelchair today here. They are pretty nice and good. Another thing you already knew is the t-shirt on demand printing station. As we got the feedback that not anybody is interested in swag or t-shirts, we decided to have the t-shirt station on demand. So we don't need to print t-shirts for everybody, only for people who want it. And the cool thing is, you can choose your design. So we have different designs on the t-shirt station. You can take a look which one suits you best. We have also little tote bags, I think. In German it's called Jutebeutel. Jutebeutel. And you can choose it, put your own design, and only if you want, you can get your own t-shirt on the t-shirt on demand station. It's always full, so if you see a little queue on it, take a chance, get a t-shirt. They're really cool. Look like this. So, in the evening, there will be an after party with food and PowerPoint karaoke on the stage. We will begin at 6 p.m. until 9 p.m. We have first some music. There are outside food trucks. You can stay here. There are drinks. So if you have the hotel in the place, you can have a little bit cool down, refreshment, and then come back. But the party is also on this location. So last thing to say from my side, the hashtag NGDE 2024 if you want to use any social media stuff. And that you don't need to be annoyed of me all the day. So I get you two more people that can annoy you. No, just kidding. I will get the MCs on the stage. It's Dave and Martina. They will guide you through the day. So warm welcome for Dave and Martina. Enjoy the conference. I'm in the background. When something goes wrong, tell me. Otherwise, these are your people for today.
Hi, I'm totally excited for this 2024 edition to start. Okay, who are you?
Hello, I'm Martina. I'm also part of the Angular community for the beginning. I've been here for the third time. As you maybe know, the Angular NGDE actually happened already in Berlin. First time it was 2019, now the third time, and I'm extremely excited and honored to be here, and I'm seeing with you, my dear friend Web Dave. Who are you?
Yes, I'm Web Dave. Fun fact: many people in my bubble only know my name, Web Dave. So there are conversations between my wife and these people. They refer to Dave or Web Dave, and then they ask, "Who is this Web Dave?" or "Who is this Dave?" It's very funny. Okay, we learned about Conflict Buddy, and there is some secret about this. Every one of you is a Conflict Buddy, can be a Conflict Buddy, okay? Very important thing, I want to have some measurings. Who of you is here with a team of more than 10 people? Raise your hands. More than 8? Where are you, Kupaya? Okay, this is more than 5 people. Okay. Okay, oh, damn. Over there. Again, more than 5 people. This is, okay. So this is the 5 people area. Okay. Nice to see. Who of you is here all by your alone? Okay. Everyone who is here with at least one fellow, look at this, raise your hand again. If you are here by your own. Okay, it's your job to reach out to them now. Just look at them and then no conversation. Just in Germany we have this kind of conversation where we have non-verbal conversation where we say just, okay, and then just nodding and fist bump, okay? Now. Okay, now this is your very first connection here, okay? We expect that you will leave here with at least 5 new contacts in your phone, Twitter list, Instagram, whatever, okay? That's it for me, because time is running. I hand over to you.
Yes, I guess the last things to say is that please enjoy the conference and have a great, great time, learn new people, and get together and find new friends and meet old friends again. And for that, I guess I have the great, great honor to announce the first keynote speaker of today. I don't think that she's actually need a much introduction. I think every one of you should know her already. When Emma joined Google 4 years ago, it was the start of a great, great time that we refer as Angular Renaissance. Angular changed completely, and I can definitely speak as a GDE and as DevRel that the way she made brought DevRel to Angular changed the whole thing, basically. The interaction with the developers, she brought up the Angular Dev Console, which was a huge, huge improving of how we debug our Angular application. So from everyone, please give a heartful welcome to our first keynote speaker of the day, Emma Tversky. Whoop, whoop.
Yeah. Nice. Ooh, you do not want to see my Slack messages. Or maybe you do. Let's play a fun game. Good morning, everybody. Okay, whatever, that'll work. All right, good morning, everybody. Thank you for the warm welcome. And again, I am so excited to be kicking off NGDE 2024. Truly, I feel honored to be a part of this community. And really, my only goal and job of the day is to hopefully make you feel also excited about all the things you're going to learn from all of today and tomorrow's amazing speakers. They're bringing a ton of technical content on like all the things that you have to learn. So really, I just want to spend 30 minutes this morning talking about why you should be excited about learning these things, why you should feel good about your decision to come here and learn those things. And in order to do that, I want to take us back a little bit in a time traveling way and think about where you were in 2010. So 14 years ago, it's scary. What were you doing? Apple had just released the first iPad. Lady Gaga wore a meat dress to the MTV Awards. I don't know if that's like a super American thing. One Direction was formed on X Factor. That happened kind of close to here. Instagram launched, and we have that to thank for a lot of really cringy photos. And I was in high school, super embarrassingly looking like a small child. And really one more major thing happened that year, and hopefully you can guess what that is, and that thing was AngularJS. And AngularJS, the predecessor of Angular as we know it today, really was the first framework to put all of these ideas of declarative model-driven UIs on the web. Template and UI logic was separate, but really it revolutionized the idea of like what you could build on the web beyond just HTML and JavaScript injected a little bit and CSS for styling. And that lasted for a few years, and we got to 2013, and I very cringily went to prom and graduated high school, and something else came along that was heavily inspired by AngularJS. React followed with like really digging into the MVC approach that AngularJS invented, and focused deeply on that view layer and introduced the idea of components. And a few years later, I went to Europe for the first time, and Angular came along. And this is modern Angular as we know it today, but in like a very sort of like elementary form. And it, again, evolved and sort of iterated on the ideas that React had taken from AngularJS. It obviously was heavily influenced by AngularJS. And it introduced the idea of component decorators, but it also introduced so many of the concepts of what we have today. And since then, React and other frameworks have continued to evolve, but it all started from that core space where every few years you saw these sort of major landmark moments happen on the web. And we were all there and a part of it in whatever way, whether you were just learning to code for the first time and sort of coming into this journey, and it felt like things were slowly moving towards like a natural progression, and nobody really knew where they were headed. And for a few years, Angular sort of continued on this path, right? In these early days, you saw the like bones introduced of things that we take for granted today on the web. Things like component developer kits or CDKs. That was revolutionary at the time. The Angular CLI launched as just like a casual sort of like thing the team wanted to bring because we needed a way for developers to be able to do things on the console. That was revolutionary, right? Like, no framework had really done that or paired their releases with a CLI so tightly coupled. And to this day, that's how most of us build with Angular, right? And these are things today we're just sort of like, well, of course we have a CLI. Well, at the time, those were major advancements. And again, every few years we were coming up with these things, schematics, right? Like, schematics were just sort of a part of these like early versions of Angular releases. And so the team had all of these really great ideas, and we're doing truly revolutionary things. And while the team was doing these revolutionary sort of like, I don't even know how they came up with ideas, they were also accruing a ton of technical debt. And I think we can all relate to that, right? Like, for every good line of code we write, we read a lot of code that we like deeply regret having ever written. And specifically, that thing that Angular accrued that they felt like was really the technical debt holding them back was something called View Engine, which we don't need to talk deeply about, but we can just think of as sort of like the rendering engine that allows Angular to compile things and give browsers a set of instructions for how to show Angular apps to users. And so that set of instructions and the way that we were doing that rendering, we felt we could have done better. And every time we came up with these new ideas of sort of landmark features we wanted to bring to the web, we felt like there was maybe something holding us back from doing it in the most optimal way. And so the team came up with a plan that was super complex, that was really hard to communicate to the public, about how we were going to swap out the underneath rendering engine to something new that you may have heard of called Ivy. And if you haven't, forget I ever said it. All while like continuing to deliver these things. And so that was announced. And again, like in this period of time, you see that these years start to sort of slow. And that's because under the hood, the Angular team was really sort of in this like hibernation mode where we wanted to make sure that we were set up for the future. And so that brings us to 2020, where you maybe haven't seen these landmark features for a while, and that's because the team was really hunkering down working on these things. And in 2020, the team was finally ready to do revolutionary things again, and they made the best decision that they've ever made, and that was clearly hiring me. Thank you. No, obviously it was actually delivering Ivy. And so we finally had this new rendering engine, and it seems like it was long awaited. It seemed like sort of these like major moments of Angular pushing the web forward had sort of stalled out. But the team had really just spent a lot of time getting this right. And externally, the web community had moved to being eager for new things, for all of that innovation that had sort of like jumbled between frameworks. And not everybody felt this way, right? The other thing the team was doing was really working on Angular at Google. And so in this time, as we were working on rendering engines and these things under the hood, we were also working on Google and how Google uses Angular. And Google had run on Angular, but in this time, it had completely shifted to relying on Angular. So in those years, it changed from just like Google was writing Angular code to like, in order to file a bug at Google, you do that on an Angular app. In order to look up code at Google, you do that on an Angular app. In order to write or edit any code at Google, you do that in Angular. In order to open a PR, or we call it CL, but you do that on an Angular app. So not only were we like shipping Angular code out into the wild, but like even the Google Maps app on your Android device that should have nothing to do with Angular relies on Angular to make it happen. And so we really felt like we had a great user base and a great reason to continue improving this framework. We just wanted to push that out into the public again. And you may see some of those as like Google Cloud, Firebase, Google Analytics, but there's so much more under the hood that's really using it. And so in this time, the team had really been thinking and brainstorming of what we could do, right? We were writing all this code about rendering engines, and we were thinking about like schematics and the CLI and the framework and what the framework meant. And we entered sort of what I'd like to call a chaos period, where after 2020, this thing sort of shifted where we could suddenly do all of the things that we'd sort of like left for post-Ivy, or left for sort of a time when we had finally gotten all of our code into a good, healthy place. And you saw like literally so many features come out at once. Those versions of like 15, 16, 12 forward, versions 12 to 16, let's say. It was sort of this chaos period where like I joined the team and I literally couldn't keep up with every minor version, every patch release, every major version. We would sit down and try and write the blog post and like be cutting out features because we literally couldn't keep up with how many different things the team was pushing out to the world. And they seemed small for like many people, but changed other apps' entire structures, right? Inline SaaS meant that like people who had wanted to do single file components but couldn't because they relied on SaaS structures could suddenly do single file components, which could lead to like these sort of like chains of like optimizations that changed a lot of developers' apps for the better. And each one of these features like really deserves its own talk, but this period was really great. And it wasn't just features. It was also things like a new developer tools that allowed you to debug your Angular application specifically in the browser. New partnerships with Chrome on how you could debug. An entire like month dedicated to the backlog where we could look through the backlog and close thousands of issues. You saw the issues in the Google Angular repository go from like 3,000 to 1,000 overnight because the team was just looking through all of them and realizing we had done a lot of that work and we could finally like start telling the community about all the cool things we'd done. And there's no denying that in those years we did a ton of work, but it was really hard to keep up with. And even though we felt like we were in a healthy place, we had been brainstorming about something larger. All of these changes sort of like individually made a big impact on you as developers, and we saw that and we felt that, and we were so excited to be delivering that work. But we wanted to deliver a more focused approach. We wanted to come to the community with an idea of like, what is Angular and where is it headed? We're not just like delivering features because you're asking for them. We really have a vision of how to be revolutionary and push the web forward. And so you started to see us define that as a more focused approach, where Angular's goal truly has always been to deliver web apps with confidence. It's been positioned to focus on three things. Default performance that is baked into how Angular at its core runs. Developer experience, and stability and reliability, right? Schematics, the CLI, ng update, ng upgrade, all of these things that come with a developer-focused framework that is meant for enterprises, that's used by the Googles of the world, but can also be used by small apps and developers and startups that want to become the next Google of the world. And all of these things sort of are an evolution of this term that when I joined the team, I think it was a really loaded term to call Angular opinionated. I think we really tried to steer away from that for a long time, and I always asked, like, why? And I think there was a lot of community distrust in this idea of opinionated, right? Other frameworks, other languages had sort of like ideated on the idea that being unopinionated was a good thing because it allowed you freedom. But what I think opinionated means isn't like being restrictive. It doesn't mean that you like can't do things with Angular because it's opinionated. What it means is when you set out to do things, Angular is opinionated about how to help you do them in the best way possible, about what the best thing is, right? Like opinionated about what good is on the web. It means we're opinionated about what a good developer experience is. So coming into an app and having a familiar style of what that app should look like. It means being opinionated about performance, fine-tunings, and best practices, so that if you have a new developer on your team, they don't have to think about, like, how do I do this in the best way possible? The framework is already sort of guiding them to an opinionated best practice of how to do things in a performant way. And it means being opinionated about how we release things, right? It's sometimes unpopular, but Angular releases 2 versions a year in a very stable structure so that we can rely, and our enterprise partners can rely on us to be there for them every 2 or every 6 months with a small set of new features so that you can iteratively get all of these baked in performance gains and best practices and not wait for us to suddenly announce like a new release coming. And so I think we, in this period, took that word opinionated and turned it into something that could be opinionated for good. And the other thing we started to think about is how we do these things, right? We had been pushing features, we'd been working on GitHub, we'd never really like disappeared from the public, but we wanted to be more regimented about how we delivered things so that you as a community could expect communication and expect how to see the Angular team working. And one of the first things we did was introduce requests for comments. So in this sort of post-chaos period of 2022 to now, you've seen the team publish tens of requests for comments and really focus on engaging with open source in ways that benefit both open source and the Angular team. So Angular has always been open source, but it's really hard to develop like a hundreds of thousands of line framework that's used by all of these different partners and have people be able to submit PRs. And sometimes the best way to engage in open source isn't to make sure that we have thousands of contributors always fixing Angular bugs, but that you can open bugs and expect communication back from our team. And most importantly, we thought that requests for comments were the best way to engage with open source. So we began literally open sourcing our major design documents. So these are things that like every feature at Google has like tens of pages of something we call like a product review design or PRD. And we're literally open sourcing those. We're giving those to you as the public and expecting feedback, right? We've done this with things like signals. We've done this with things like control flow. And we get meaningful feedback from the community, right? There's value on both sides. You can literally read why we're doing something, what we're going to do, and how we plan to do it. But then we can also expect that the community can say like, hey, I hate that. And we'll respond. Like, we legitimately want that feedback. With control flow, it means we changed the syntax of what that syntax would be. With signals, we've rethought a lot of the primitives of how those signals work because of feedback from community apps. So these things have really benefited both the Angular team and the community. You saw us also think about how we communicate the work after it's built, right? This was like the sort of like renaissance of all of our social media, where we realized like with all of those new features in every version, it's hard to keep up with. And so we wanted to make sure we were delivering like blog posts and videos and opinionated best practices so that you could slowly iterate and fix your apps or introduce these new features to your apps so that there's not just like a million new features at all times. And you also started to see us engage more with the community and come to conferences and speak with people. We have a team of amazing people, and we are always welcome, and so thankful for all of you. And please, like, always feel free to come up and talk to us. We're really not that scary. And hopefully you felt like you started to see the team really like dig into these community values and start doing things that aligned with these goals. So with this aligned vision, with these aligned ways of how we're going to drive this change, the team started doing stuff. You saw this with Standalone, which is about to be the default experience for Angular apps in literally a month. And made major improvements to developer experience, but also performance. You saw things like Angular signals target how we could build performance into the framework in ways that reduce some of the pitfalls we were seeing people have, but also have significant improvements for things like INP in your core web vitals. You saw things like control flow improve performance by default, but also iterate on what it means to template your apps, bringing 90% faster runtime for built-in control flow loops, but also literally just be easier to write code and easier to read. You saw things like local template variables with let come from the ability to write control flow. You saw deferrable views bring huge performance gains and sort of a revolutionary idea of how to lazy load and how to defer loading on the web. You saw 87% faster builds with hybrid rendering and 67% faster builds for client-side rendering. You've seen major introductions to things like hydration, where Angular has answered sort of like and been a part of framework's revolution towards hydration and loading on the web. And you saw all of this come from new documentation that represents this opinionated way to guide developers towards what we feel is modern Angular development. And you saw all of this with a new future-looking logo that reflects this modern Angular. And so that brings us to today. And the momentum that we've felt in the last couple years hopefully has sort of been captured by this like slow build to this, which is in a lot of ways the same vision that if you go back and read this blog post from years ago, we've always been headed in this direction. We've been headed in this way that's opinionated about developer experience, baked-in performance, and staying true to the stability that got us to where we are. And the change is that we feel like the community is now brought into this with us. And it's not just you in this room who, whether you like it or not, you're all part of the Angular community now. But it's the web community. It's developers as a whole. We started to see major publications take notice, and they coined it as something called the Angular Renaissance, probably related to the fact that Beyonce was on the Renaissance tour. But I think Angular is just as cool as Beyonce. You heard it here first. And this change really does represent this like major shift in how the world perceives Angular. But there's not that much that's different about Angular. We're iterating, we're improving, and we're like bringing incremental revolutionary ideas to the web. We're just doing it in a more public way. We're doing it in a more focused way, and we're doing it a lot faster because we've set ourselves up for success from all of this prior work. And the question really is, like, where do we go from here? Can the team continue every 6 months to, like, bring so many new features that it's hard to write a blog post about? And I think the answer is duh. We're already doing it. And you can already see hints of what's on the horizon in some of the things we've already shared. So you may have heard of this already, and if not, I think this is worth sharing because this is really where Angular's momentum is headed next. And that's the idea of collaboration and convergence. So you may not have heard of this, but Google actually has another web framework named Wiz. And believe it or not, Angular is the easy-to-write framework at Google. Wiz is not open source for a reason, It's tightly coupled to Google's internal tech stack. It's hyper-focused on performance above all other things, like developer experience. But it is revolutionary in how it hyper-focuses on that performance, how it brings streaming and hydration to the web. And it's used by Google's flagship consumer products, think like search and chat and Meet and Photos and Play and these things that are web apps that are not Angular. And that's because Angular is focused on highly interactive, like enterprise apps, and Wiz is focused on latency-sensitive, more consumer apps, things where you need to serve ads and results really quickly, right? If you Google search something and you don't have answers by the time you've finished thinking of your question, that's too late. The thing is, these types of apps are converging, right? You all are thinking about how to bring that fast search result to your users at the same time as thinking about how to load giant dashboards of data. And so inside of Google, but also externally, we've seen the needs of users converge, and we've really wanted to bring the best of Wiz to open source through Angular. And so that's our goal. And you may not know this, but we're already doing that. So YouTube, one of the largest user bases and apps at Google, is already using Angular signals primitives for 100% of YouTube web mobile traffic. And they've seen major improvements, like 35% improvement to interaction latency and 60% frame per section lower interaction latency. And so this collaboration isn't going anywhere. You've already seen the reverse of things happen, where we're open sourcing the best of Wiz, these things that are really revolutionary to web development at Google through Angular. Things like Event Replay, which is in developer preview now, is a part of that core interaction of what brings and makes Google search so special, like the secret sauce behind it, is literally open sourced through Angular and is now available as part of the Angular repository. And so this brings us to the future of, like, we're doing these things, we're revolutionizing the web. And if you asked a Magic 8-Ball, like, my prediction on what's going to happen next, I may be a little biased because I have internal knowledge, but I'd say a lot of it's just continuing the momentum, right? Like, I don't think the team really needs to do anything differently except continue with the path it's set out for themselves. This momentum is led by all of these things I've talked about, but it has this future vision, like, clearly defined, right? It's things I've talked about today. A simplified developer experience with new offering formats, similar to control flow, but think iterating on sort of those patterns. It means going all in on signals, right? Bringing all of those out of developer preview, but also things like signal-based components, signal-based apps, things like that. It means working with Wiz and all of the frameworks at Google to bring Wiz into Angular and open source it to the world. And through that, things like hydration and streaming explorations, SSR, all of these things that we have answers to from other pieces and other places in the web community, but we feel Angular could be the first to bring to the web, or the first major framework to really introduce these things to your web apps that you already have built. And the thing that's really crazy about all of this is we're going to continue to do it in the same way we have been, right? Leveraging open source, opening or like publishing requests for comments of all of those design docs of the literal implementation of how do we plan to do it, publishing guides on angular.dev of how you can actually implement those things, tutorials, recommendations, engaging with communities here and online as we sort of iterate. And so I hope you feel like Angular's momentum is set up for success. I hope you feel excited, or just as excited as I do, about the horizon of innovation and this next period of everything Angular has planned. And we're so excited to help you build great web apps. So with all of that, I hope as you look at the talks for the rest of today and tomorrow, you pick one feature, one new thing, because the talks in the next 2 days, I looked at the program this morning, really span like all of these things I've talked about, signals and hydration and how to build AI into your Angular apps and all of these things that are part of this momentum that's been building. And bring those back to your teams, bring those back to your personal development, join our momentum, and really feel good about the fact that the path that you've joined will really bring you to the web's future. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Emma. I got some Haribo Smurfs for you.
Thank you.
Extremely, of course, ordinary from Bonn to you.
Thank
you so much for your talk. And give it one more time for Emma, please. It's not, no, again. So the next speaker, I know actually already for a long time, and he holds many titles. He's an Angular and Web GDE, he's a Microsoft MVP, and he's also a Worldwide Web Consortium Web Application Working Group participant, which is amazing. I actually had to look it up what it actually means, but it means he has already great insights, what's actually already going on, how web applications might look in the future, all about web capabilities. But the best thing about him is that he's really humble, he's really down to earth, he always tries to help, he's into the community, he always wants to have the best web application future out there basically, and there's actually tons of more attributes I can actually tell about him that I really like about him and admire him. But I should just say, see yourself and give it up to Christian.
Yeah, all right. Hi, and good morning, everybody, and welcome to this next talk. So before we start, I just want to say that I really love NGDE. It's my third appearance here at the third edition of this conference, and it's really great. The thing that I try to contribute to this conference is the thing that our clients ask for and recent trends in software development. So in 2019, we talked about Angular performance when our clients hit the limits of what Zone.js could do. And as you've heard, there's a path forward now. And in 2022, we talked about the great new capabilities that are enabled by Project Fugu that make your web application like even better and even more capable than it was possible before. And this year, I want to talk about another interesting thing. It's a trending topic, and we will see beta versions of Chrome again. And we are talking about AI in the browser, or how you can make your Angular apps smarter by using APIs like WebGPU and WebNN, but also the new Prompt API that's currently in implementation by Chromium-based browsers. So, I guess it's no surprise, and every one of you knows it, generative AI is everywhere, right? You see it when you scroll down your Twitter or Instagram timeline. It's what basically every other ad tells you on the web, right? Generative AI is here. Some more examples are Apple Intelligence, right? It's glow time with the new iPhones. There is generative fill in Adobe Photoshop, where you no longer need to spend a long time to do basic image editing. Now the AI can do it for you. It can replace objects by just a prompt. And there's the assistant style AI applications like Microsoft Copilot, let's say, that's built right into the operating system and lets you change settings and so on and so forth. And today the question is, can we add capabilities of generative AI to our Angular application? And the answer obviously is yes. And there's a spectrum of things that you could do. Today I want to talk primarily about generative AI, and that's artificial intelligence that basically generates something. So it typically does it's creating an image, it's writing text for you, but it can also like understand text, and it can detect objects in images, for example. Stuff that you could do, and this list is not exclusive, is dealing with text, with well-known models like the GPT models or Mistral and so on. Image generation and processing with models like DALL-E or Stable Diffusion. You can generate audio and music. So in Germany there are some songs on the charts, right, which were generated by AI. And then there's like the speech-based models who can create speech out of text and create text out of speech and so on. And that's, again, not it. There's also like many advancements in video, let's say editing and video creation, that are also super interesting. Today I want to focus on the first two, so on text generation and processing, and on image generation and detection of stuff in images. So, the first thing that you would normally do if you build an AI-based application is to go to a cloud provider. And there are many of them. There is like OpenAI, there's the Azure OpenAI version, so to say. There is Grok, which has a stunning inference speed of over 1,000 tokens per second, or the Google Cloud, plus many, many more vendors that you could use. And that's also what we did. So the first AI application that we built is an Angular application. Wow, big surprise, right? That shows a nice example of generative AI beyond like this chat-style app, right? What it does is it's a smart form filler. It uses your normal Angular reactive form in that case, and then allows you to enter like the data in a natural way. So instead of filling in the blanks and the form fields, all you do is you use your voice. So we combine a speech model and an LLM that is then capable of filling in the blanks in this form. So let me switch to that example. It is here. So imagine you have a car and it needs to be repaired. And now the thing is that the person who inspects your car goes around the car typically, right? And then has a look at different things, like the tread depth, for example, of your tires and so on. And it would be pretty hard if they would have to carry their notebook around and then type in that stuff, right? So the idea is they can just use their voice, right? So they just record what they see, and then in the end, we are going to fill in this very complex form, as you can see. So I'm just testing it, see if it works, because it broke like an hour before I gave this talk, and it does. Great, awesome. All right, now let's try this. And the cool thing about LLMs is that they understand like plenty of languages, not just English. So I will also try to sprinkle in some German for you here. So let's see. Yesterday, I investigated a VW Golf 6 with the license plate GERCL123. It has a mileage of 30,000 kilometers. 60,000 kilometers. It has winter tires, and the tread depth is 7 millimeters all around, except on the rear right, there's 6 millimeters. Und es gibt einen Steinschlag in der Windschutzscheibe, der einen Riss verursacht hat. All right, now let's see what happens when we stop that and see the recognition. So I talked about an investigation yesterday. The LLM is aware of which day it is today. So today is the 10th of October. You can double check it on your watch, right? So the date is yesterday. Make is correct, model is correct. License plate is almost correct. Mileage, I corrected myself, right? I said 30,000 kilometers first and then corrected myself, so that is correct. I think I said winter tires. Yes, right. I said the tread depth is like 7 millimeters except for the rear right where it's 6. And then in German I said there's a stone chip in the windshield with a cracking, right? So basically it filled in all blanks correctly. And it's awesome because we didn't have to fill it in ourselves. And that's a cool use case of LLMs, data extraction. That's one thing where they are pretty good at. And yeah, it's great to see that we can embed that so easily. This demo used a cloud service. It used Grok. Because as you might have seen, like inference was super fast. It took, I think, not even a second to infer and to extract the data from the input. However, when you're using cloud services, there are certain drawbacks. And these are that, for example, you need a stable internet connection. You may not always have that. Then it's subject to network latency and server availability. Especially in the early days of ChatGPT, you could run into this like, sorry, we are out of capacity error message screen, right? And then you transfer that data to a cloud service. So it may be fine for your car, but it may be not fine for your, let's say, medical status, right? Or other personally identifiable information. And typically it requires a subscription, so you have to pay for that. So the question is, can we maybe get around those drawbacks? Can we run Gen AI models locally? And the answer is, yes, we can. And I want to show you how today. And I want to start with the text-based approaches, and therefore we will use so-called large language models. Large stands for that they are trained on lots of data. Language stands for that they process and generate text, so in a natural language. And model stands for, well, the neural network. In the end, it's a program that can run on your machine. And there are plenty of well-known examples, like the GPT model series by OpenAI. There's like the Gemini or Gamma models of Google. There's Llama by Meta AI, and this list, again, is not exclusive, and there's a lot of innovation happening, and every other week there's a new model that claims to be better than the others, and the context sizes are improving, and so on and so on. So it's really a trending, bleeding-edge topic, and it's constantly improving. Think about where ChatGPT was 1 year ago. It is a total surprise also to me how far this field evolves. However, there's also a problem, and that is that large language models are not only large because they are trained on lots of data, it's also that they are quite large in size. So here's a comparison of differently sized models. The bigger the model, the more parameters it has, the better quality of the responses you typically get. Of course, it varies, but overall, that's what it is. And so if we want to use like a very good model, like let's say Llama 3 model here at the bottom, that would be 40 gigabytes in size. And it's pretty hard to download that sheer amount of data, right, when you're on a mobile plan and when you're visiting a site for the first time. So that's probably not feasible. On the other hand, like the model at the top, or the models at the top with like 3 billion parameters, they don't produce the quality that we want. So the question is if there's like a sweet spot between like model size and quality. If you want to add a large language model to your Angular app, there are different options that you can use. And the first one is WebLLM. That's basically a clone of ChatGPT that runs right in your browser. And it uses different APIs like WebAssembly and WebGPU. We will talk about that in a bit. But first of all, let's have a quick look at this project. So I'm switching back to Chrome here. That's a stable version of Chrome right now also. So it will also work on your machine. And here is the WebLLM chat. And what should I say? It works as you expected. So you can ask it stuff. So for example, what are there any interesting things to see in Bonn, for example? So let's see what it says. As I've said, this model is quite large. I've downloaded it before. So I think this model is like 4 gigabytes, maybe more, I don't know. So I downloaded it before, but as you see, it still takes time to pull it from the cache. And now the answer is correct. So Bonn was the former capital of West Germany. That's true. It has a rich history, right? I have no idea about the points of interest here, if they really exist. They sound at least as if you could promise them. So that's pretty nice. And all of that stuff happens right here on this machine. So I could disconnect, let's actually do it. I could disconnect my Wi-Fi here, and I could now ask it things like convert that list to JSON, for example, and it should still run, right? So Wi-Fi is disabled, and hopefully it doesn't leave me alone now. Yes, it works, right? And now it prints that list of points of interest in a JSON format. And that's a great thing about large language models. They have like this trivia knowledge. They have like language knowledge. They can translate stuff. We could also ask it to translate that list to German now or whatever language you want. And it also has this like programming knowledge. So it has an idea of what JSON is and how it can convert the data from like the natural language format to JSON. All right, so that's WebLLM. And I will turn on my Wi-Fi again. All right. So, the cool thing about WebLLM is that you can simply install it as an NPM package. So just npm i mlc-ai/webllm is enough for you to actually use it. I also have a demo for you, and we will have a look at that in a second. Before we do that, we need to talk about like the basic concepts of large language models, because they are very interesting when you deal with them for the very first time. The first concept is that it's now prompts that serve as the universal interface for your users, but also for developers like you. And it's pretty uncommon for us developers to specify our requirements and the things that should happen, not as code, not in JavaScript, not in C#, TypeScript or whatever, but in German, English or what else, right? The second thing is that this leads to a paradigm shift, because we can do that suddenly. Suddenly it's natural language, it can be used to do all of that stuff. And of course it also has its caveats, right? So yes, there is non-determinism in those models, and yes, there are hallucinations, and yes, there's the possibility of prompt injections. That's basically the technology as it is, right? So it has many advantages, as always, and it also comes with certain disadvantages and restrictions. So I built WebLLM into this neat little other Angular forms-based app. It's a to-do list app, right? Standard demo. And then there's like this prompt box at the very bottom. And let's first of all have a look at how the code looks, and then we will run the demo. So I'm going to switch to my WebStorm here. And again, it is unusual for us as developers, but basically this is what I say. The box at the bottom should be like a chat assistant for the to-do data that the user entered, right, at the top. And now basically we have to instruct the model and define how it should respond, how it should react. And that is done through a natural language prompt. So here I say, hey, you are a helpful assistant. It's like the standard grounding. And here is the user's to-do list. Now, interestingly, I will convert that to-do list to natural language, right? So we have it as a JavaScript object, and now we need to convert it to text. More advanced models also understand JSON, but the smaller models don't, so I just convert it to like a markdown style list. And so I say, hey, that's my title, and then in brackets, this to-do is done or it's not done. And then based on this list, answer the user's question. I think there's an apostrophe missing. And then basically you specify the question. And then it should do the inference. So, I have that here as well. Okay, it's in Canary now, right? Because I also have like another API that I want to show. And as you can see, there are 3 standard to-dos. It's wash clothes, wash my car, pet a dog. And now we can ask questions about this data. And as all of this stuff is again handled locally, and as all of my data is part of the prompt, all of that stuff will never leave my system, right? It's not used to train AI models. All of that happens here on my PC. And it's great because you can ask the model whatever you like, right? Without anybody else to know what you're asking for. And now let's ask something. For example, how many open to-dos do I have? The right answer would be 2. We again need to wait for the model to be loaded from the cache. Again, that takes a while. And hopefully it tells us that I have like 2 open to-dos. And it's right. I have 2 open tasks, washing my car, that's right, and petting the dog. Therefore, you have a total of 2 open to-dos. Right. And now you can do all of the stuff that I said before. So convert my list of to-dos to XML, for example. That is also working. So we are running this, again, all happening here on my machine, and now it gives me a great XML-based list of my to-dos. Awesome. We can say translate my to-dos to German, and then it hopefully should give us a great answer here. Waschen von Kleidung is right, Autowaschen is correct, and okay, Hund pattern is not exactly right, but well, at least it's sort of okay. Again, this is a smaller scale model. The bigger ones, they are also capable of that stuff. We can do other fun stuff like translate my to-dos to Victorian style English, for example, right? And then see what it does. And the cool thing is that the LLM will just do it. And I don't have to, right? As a developer, you always need to know what the user wants to do. The LLM just does it, right? Whether it's good in it or not. Yeah, okay, so that is, okay, it's Victorian style English, I guess. Right. You see there's no add button, right? So I added like a neat little extra feature. If I add this to the prompt, I can basically instruct the model, if you have a great suggestion, then just put suggest in your answer. And then my code picks that suggestion up and allows me to add that suggestion. That's poor man's tool calling. So there are models that can do that in a much better way, but it's not yet implemented for all of the web-based and local models. So let's save this. Oh, and bring back this line here. And try it again. So suggest, or based on my to-dos, what else could I do? And let's see what it comes up with. Now, sorry, I've changed the code. We have to load the model again. But then maybe we get a nice suggestion. So let's see. Okay, I could water the plants. Yeah, go for a walk, read a book, call a friend, cook a meal. All right. And now basically it has collected all of those suggestions, and now I can add them to my to-do list. So I should water the plants, yeah, certainly I should read a book, and so on. Yeah? So all of that stuff is possible with the help of LLMs on your system. All right, so how do they do that? So how is it possible to run this on your machine? The first API involved here is the cache API. That basically allows you to store like also lots of data, lots of files on the user's device. So what we do is we are downloading the model from Hugging Face into the cache of your device. However, there's a problem. You all know the same origin policy, so storage is isolated per origin, so Google.com and Google.de cannot share storage. So if they both want to use the model, they have to download it twice, right? So a disadvantage also of this approach. But apart from that, it really works. It's on my machine. I can turn off Wi-Fi and it will simply continue to run. Then they are using WebAssembly. WebAssembly is the bytecode for the web. It's a compilation target for arbitrary language. You can compile C# and Java and whatnot to the web as long as the web supports what you want to do. For example, there's no arbitrary access to the file system. And it can be faster than JavaScript, like in some scenarios, but it is possible. And WebLLM needs a model-specific WebAssembly library to accelerate certain computations that the model needs to do. So WebAssembly is the first important requirement, and the second one is WebGPU. WebGPU is still a bleeding-edge API, I would say, and it grants you, as a developer, low-level access to the graphics processing unit of the device. And it allows you to achieve near-native performance for machine learning applications right on the web, right in your browser. It's currently only supported by Chromium-based browsers on Windows and macOS. I think it's in the technical preview of Safari. There is a sort of implementation in Firefox, but it's not active yet. So that's the current state of this API. And the cool thing is that that's not where it ends. So there's another API currently in specification that is called WebNN. And WebNN stands for the Web Neural Network API. And this API will grant your app not only access to like the CPU and GPU, as you could do before with WebAssembly for the CPU and GPU with WebGPU, but additionally also to the neural processing unit, the NPU, that many devices now ship with. And now, with the help of this API, you can get like super fast and super advanced machine learning applications right on your system. It's currently in specification by the WebML working group. It's a candidate recommendation draft, so it's nearing completion. And it's currently being implemented in Chromium. It's behind the flag, again, bleeding edge, but we will have a look at that right now. And it even has a better performance compared to WebGPU. This chart here basically shows that WebNN can talk to your GPU, GPU, and NPU. All right, now for a little demo. We go back here to Chrome Canary, where I enabled the flag, and we go to the WebNN samples. You see what you can do with this. I promised you some image detection, so we go to the image classification demo. And now we can choose from the different WebNN versions. Let's do like an image detection with CPU-based WebNN detection. And we see that its inference time, to find out that this is a lesser panda, was 26 milliseconds. Now let's do that using the NPU, which is built in the system, in the Apple Silicon chip. Now let's do the same thing. And we see that the inference time is down to 2 milliseconds, right? So significantly faster than it was before, with, I guess, even better results. If we compare that basically to the native execution of web-based machine learning models, we see this. Important are the blue bars here. The light blue bar is the web execution speed, and the dark blue bar is the native execution speed. And at the top, this blue line, which can basically be seen at the axis on the right, shows you the ratio. And as you can see, using WebNN, we achieve like almost, in most cases, way beyond 90% of the native speed. In one case, here for the face mesh V2 model, like only 80%, but it's really like accelerating all of its stuff by far. You've seen that downloading the model takes time. You've seen that initializing it also takes time. So the question is, can we get better at that as well? And the answer again is yes. So what many vendors currently do is ship a large language model along with their operating system. Apple is doing that with Apple Intelligence on device. Google is doing that with Gemini Nano on Android. And now the idea is, why can't just our browsers ship with a certain machine learning model? And that's exactly what this new experimental API is about. Chrome is experimenting with the built-in AI APIs. Microsoft is doing as well. And the idea is we ship your browser with like a Gemini Nano model included. And this allows us to now share the model between origins. So we don't have to download it again. It allows us to directly start the model without waiting for it being loaded from the cache. And it uses the native APIs directly, so it's as fast as it can possibly be. There are many APIs in development. One of them is the translation API that uses the model in the background, which translates content, detects languages in text. And there are the writing assistance APIs that allow you to summarize text, to rewrite text, or to create new text paragraphs. And that is what this set of APIs can do. And I want to show you that in our demo application here. So I can simply switch to the prompt API, and I can now ask the same set of questions. So for example, based on my to-dos, what else can I do? Remember that we needed to wait for the model initialization the last time, but this time it directly starts, right? So there's no waiting. It's directly working, directly running. It supports the suggestion feature, right? So we can wash our car and pet the dog and so on. And this is, again, all built in on this machine. I can switch off the network. It will continue to work like this. Chrome ships with its own version of Gemini Nano. If we go back to this forms completion use case, again, it's a small model, so the quality is not as good as for the cloud-based models. But still, it works, right? So let's try that again, this time with prompt API and with the address form, because the car form would be too complicated for this model. But let's try it with this. Hi, my name is Chris and I live in Paris, France, and I work for workshops.de. Also, like the speech recognition is done on device, so we could also turn off the network here, and it has correctly parsed my first name, the company is right, the city is right, and the country is right as well. Again, all happening on this device without downloading a model, because the model was simply there when I installed Chrome. All right, so that's the prompt API. Still, if we compare like the execution speed, then we see that like the cloud-based models are much faster, right? So the big red bar is Grok, and like WebLLM is at the very left end of this chart. So again, the cloud-based, server-based models continue to be a little bit faster. Now, I've also promised you image generation, so we also want to have a look at that. So basically implementing generative fill in our Angular app. And there's a solution for that as well. We use the Stable Diffusion model here. It's an open source model created in Germany, in Munich, by the way. It generates 512 by 512 pixel images from a natural language prompt. There's a specialized version of it called WebSD, which is 2 gigabytes in size, which works on the web. However, there's no NPM package this time, so we need to basically copy-paste the code in order to run it in our Angular app. And there's a web-based demo as well, so let's use that as well. So I think WebSD was here. Again, works in your version of Chrome as you have it. Now we can specify a prompt, a photo of an astronaut riding a horse on, now let's say something like in front of the Brandenburg Gate, and then see what it does. Again, we need to download the model from the cache. It's 2 gigabytes in size this time, and now it takes a while until it's finished generating this image. We are at step 5, and you can see like the cloud-based approaches are much faster, right? So on Adobe Firefly, it would have long been generated, but again, it's all happening on this machine, which is not even connected to power outlet, right? So it's all on battery right now, maybe also throttling a bit, I don't know. But when it's done, we should see, hopefully, an astronaut, riding a horse in the front of the Brandenburg Gate. It's a horse, it's a Brandenburg Gate, and maybe also an astronaut. All right, cool. So, pros and cons, what have we seen today? Plus, data doesn't leave the browser. You can ask it whatever you want. Nobody else will see it. Good for privacy. It's highly available. It also works when you're offline, regardless of your latency and so on. It's stable. Again, my demo crashed 1 hour before this talk using the cloud-based model. That's not nice. It cannot happen with local models. And the cost is low because your users pay their execution, right, on their machine. Quality is lower, certainly. There are high system requirements. The model size is large. Models cannot always be shared, depends on the API that you want to use. And the model initialization and inference are relatively slow. Also, all APIs are very experimental. There's a possible escape hatch. There are so-called transformers provided by Hugging Face. These are smaller, specialized models that can do certain stuff, but only that thing. Right? LLMs can do anything, and let's say there's a translation model who can only do translation from language A to B, but therefore it's only 78 megabytes in size. So that's a good alternative solution here. Yeah, there's a JavaScript library for this called Transformers.js. It supports most of the models that are available on Hugging Face, so that's also a nice thing. Now I want to summarize it up. Cloud-based models remain the most powerful models right now. Due to their high system requirements and due to their high size, this generative AI in the browser locally model is probably only interesting for very special scenarios where you have high privacy demands like medical stuff and so on, or definitely the need for offline availability. There are small specialized models as an alternative, Transformers.js. Large language models are becoming more compact and more efficient though, so who knows what the situation will be 1 year from now. vendors are starting to ship their operating systems and devices with AI models, so they are just there, they are just on the system, and devices are getting more powerful for running AI tasks. Think the AI PC by Intel or Apple Intelligence and so on. So I want to encourage you to experiment with the AI APIs and make your Angular app smarter as well. 36 hours ago, I met Mark Thompson in Brooklyn, New York. I visited a conference, and he said that I should greet all of you from him. So greetings from Mark, and thank you for listening and joining this morning. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much, Christian. I also have a Haribo for you. I know that you're more of a Lachgummi person, but I still hope you like it, and it was a great talk. So thank you so much, Christian.
Thank you.
I mean, this was really a great talk. I mean, I didn't know that so many things actually are already going on inside a web browser. I mean, I still use ChatGPT for writing my emails. And who of you is doing this as well? Yeah, I'm pretty sure all of you did it already. But I definitely do that. I all use ChatGPT for creating my slides on conferences, of course. But having that said, we reached the first break of today. So make sure you get some rest, grab some coffees. We have some fruits over there. So meet each other, talk to each other, be open to conversation. And we meet again each other at 11:30. So have a great time and talk to each other. Thank you. Yeah, so slowly taking your seat again. We are about to kick off the next session. So please be calm and rest. I hope you enjoyed it so far. Did you like it so far? Woo! Yeah. Amazing. So I'd like to, of course, introduce the next speaker. She's also amazing. She's a former colleague of mine. And I'd like to ask you a question. Who of you ever tried to implement your own authentication or authorization? Yeah? And who of you regretted immediately after a couple of times? Yes, absolutely. And that's why we love identity as a service providers, like maybe Octane or Zero is doing. But apart from that, Alisa will give you some more insight how you can step up your authentication on that. But a couple of words about Alisa. She's amazing. She's amazing. But she's also an GDE. She's working with authentication authorization for already a long, long time. She creates so incredible, great content. I know because I read it every time actually and watch your videos. They're really great. So go check out her content, her talks, articles. They are really, really high value. So she knows her stuff. So give a huge applause to Alisa.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I'm so excited to be here with you today where we can talk about how we can elevate authentication, security, and step things up a notch. Let's do a little bit of role playing. Let's say that you're a developer who works on an enterprise application that handles procurement. By procurement, I mean the large-scale purchasing of industrial or manufacturing goods. So something that's fairly significant. And you are awesome as a developer, meaning that your app has authentication and it uses authorization for access control measures. So people who don't have the authority to buy things can't even get into that procurement module. Let's consider the case of a buyer making a large purchase. The flow might be something like this. They might sign in for the day, they might work on a few tasks, they might go get some coffee or some lunch, and then they come back to making this transaction that is fairly significant. Is there a way that we can assure that that buyer is who they say they really are before allowing such a large transaction, so on a conditional purchase? Well, there wasn't a way to do so in a standardized manner before, but that has changed, and I can't wait to share that with you today. So what we're going to do is we're going to try to do a little bit of live coding and some live authentication action here. So hopefully everything goes okay with these live demos. But before we do so, we do need to have some shared context. So I'm going to give that to you at the highest level that I can, just the minimum, so we can dive into the code and see how this all works in action. As I said, you're such an awesome developer, which means that you're already using industry-recognized best practices for authentication and for authorization. And that is OAuth 2.0 for authorization and OpenID Connect, or OIDC, that is an authentication and identity layer built on top of OAuth. Hopefully you all had a chance to listen to Ramona's talk yesterday at the Vue.js Conf about authentication patterns, and we're just going to build off of that. In a regular sign-in flow, you'll probably use something like an identity provider. This is a thing that will centralize your management of your users for you, and this is widely used by large enterprises and large organizations. Your client application would redirect the user to authenticate on a page that's hosted by that identity provider for their user consent. And in that process, we're going to pass over some parameters to the identity provider in the URL, which we will be looking at here soon. And there's going to be an exchange that happens, and at the end of it, the client application gets a hold of a couple of tokens, the ID token from the OIDC layer and the access token from the OAuth layer. Those tokens may be in JSON Web Token or JOT format. JOTs are a compact and secure way to transmit information. And they look something like this, which is a jumbled string. There's 3 parts to it, and it's dot delimited. we don't need to worry about the header and the signature for this particular talk, and we can focus on the middle section, which is the payload. Now, just because JOTs are secure doesn't mean it's confidential. So we can decode the payload and take a look at what's inside, which has metadata called claims, and it's like a key-value pair. So we'll be digging into that a little bit today as well. All right, so every time we get into one of these slides, what this means is it's time to do a little bit of coding. So in this section, we're going to tour the sample application that I created. We're going to sign in and take a look at that authentication process and explore some Angular building blocks that we're going to be using to build upon this talk. And for this talk, we're going to use the Tour of Heroes. I did not build an enterprise procurement app because that sounds like a lot of work. And plus, I wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page about the industry that we all have shared knowledge of, and not have to get into supply chain stuff and logistics and things like that. And as Angular developers, we all have really good knowledge in the industry of touring heroes, thanks to the Tour of Hero walkthrough that Angular team has put together. So the first thing we're going to do, and hopefully you all could see this, this is large enough, is look at this application that I built. It's stunning, right? A lot going on here. What we have is this Tour of Heroes site, and we have this dashboard that lists all these featured heroes. And then we can sign in. So if I press the sign in button, I'm navigated to a page that is hosted on the identity provider. In this case, I'm using Okta because I work there. I can set up an account that doesn't have any trial expiration dates or rate limits or anything. And plus, y'all get a chance to check this out yourself without having set up your own account. So I can sign in here, but I just want to call this out because I will be sharing this code with everybody. If you want to play with it, you'll need to press this little sign up button to create your own account. The only person who'll see this email is me. I'm not going to share it with marketing or anybody. So do what you will with that, but you will need to do email verification. So I'm going to sign in, and I'm going to put in a password. And I really lowered the password complexity to make it easier for a demo, so don't judge me, okay? All right, so now I signed in. Oh, and I forgot to show the URL, but I can do that here. If I go to console, and I have DevTools open, and I have reserve log enabled, so we can, here we go. So we can take a look at all the different redirects. Here, can you see this? Hopefully it's big enough. You can see we're navigated to the identity provider, and we have some parameters like that client_ID, and we have these scopes and things like that. So we're going to be looking at that here a little bit later. So those are those URL parameters that we're passing in. Once we're authenticated, we have a couple of routes now available to us. We can go to the heroes route, where we see a list of hero details. And it is making a call out to a backend API. And then on the admin dashboard, I don't have anything in there, but this is where we might house extra sensitive actions like that procurement section. So with that very quick tour of that Heroes application, I wanted to dive into the code. What we'll be working with is an Angular front end with a Nest.js backend on a Learner mono repo, trying to keep this really, really minimal. I've also already added all of the authentication configuration that is required, and also calls out and gets the configurations for connecting with Okta, which you will have also in the sample repo that I share. If we take a look at the routes, you see that I have just a few, and I use the can activate guard to make sure that a user is authenticated before allowing them to continue to the admin route and the heroes route. And I'm using an interceptor to add the access token to make that call to get that list of heroes. So this is some of the context that we'll need and that we'll be working upon. And I'll show you what that looks like in the network tab. And then lastly, I have an auth service that wraps a lot of the Angular SDK calls from Okta to do authentication and to get information that we need. I'm doing this so that we can focus on the parts that's really pertinent for this talk and not have to worry about the details of using any particular API. And I want to call out that just because I'm using Okta here doesn't mean that this is only an Okta thing. This is actually something that would be applicable to broadly to other identity providers, whatever you use. So just so you see this, if we take a look at the network tab, I had made this call to heroes, and I'm passing that access token in the authorization header. So Interceptor works as expected. All right, let's get back into having a user identity assurances. So how do we know that that buyer is really who they say they are upon a really large purchase? We can do this now with a new OAuth 2.0 extension method. It's a specification called the Step-Up Authentication Challenge. This spec is fairly new. It came out and published last October, so it's about a year old now. But, you know, spec processes take a long time to work through the system, so you might have heard about this before. But the awesome thing about this spec is that it allows us to elevate authentication factors, and it also allows us to enforce recency of authentication in a standardized format. How this works is your client application can conditionally send the user back to sign in on that authentication page from your identity provider and request a stepped-up authentication level. And it does this using a particular claim in the JOT. It's called the Authentication Context Class Reference, or ACR claim. And the ACR claim defines business rules that are required for identifying levels of the assurance profiles. Now, I want to call out, this is a business rule for identifying the user assurances. It's not the authentication method, right? And you'll see what I mean here in a little bit. And we'll see this in two different ways. We'll see the ACR claim that identifies the current level of authentication, and we're going to see ACR underscore values property. And this is the requested authentication level that we'll see, like in the URL, for example. If we take a look at what this looks like end to end, it will look something like this. Ready to log in. And when you do, the user is navigated to that page hosted by the identity provider, and they're presented with a username and password field, just like what we saw earlier. And now they have access to, let's say, the dashboard or something. They're now authenticated, and they have access to navigate to this admin route. When the user tries to navigate to that admin route, your client will need to check to see what the ACR value currently is in the ID token. If that value isn't high enough of a level for this resource protection, then it's going to send the user back to the identity provider and then pass in the elevated ACR value in the URL. And so now the user must authenticate using biometrics as an example. The identity provider will issue new access and ID tokens that then your client will verify to make sure that the ACR value meets what is required for this resource, such as accessing that admin route, and so they can now continue navigation. Those ACR values could be a variety of different things. There are standard values for ACR, such as PHR or PHRH, which stands for phishing-resistant and phishing-resistant hardware factors. These would be your highest levels of assurance profiles, such as using a FIDO2 authentication device or hardware keys, pass keys, things like that. It can also be a standard schema, like this is one that Auth0 uses for saying that it has to be multi-factor authentication level. And then lastly, you can also have custom registries, such as this one that Okta uses, saying that the level of authentication, LOA, is any two factors. If we take a look at a pseudocode of what this might look like in a route guard that we want to protect, it could look something like this. We want to verify that the ACR claim from the ID token matches whatever value that we're expecting it to be, such as 2 factors. If that authentication level is met, then continue on the navigation. Otherwise, if it hasn't been met, then we want to have the user sign back in, pass in the required ACR values, and then also keep track of the current URL that they're trying to navigate to. One of the key factors of this spec is that we retry the action that the user is trying to make on their behalf. So we're going to re-navigate back to this URL for the user and return false because we want to prevent navigation for now. All right, so let's see what this looks like in action. I'm going to sign out here so that we start from the very, very beginning. And then in the code, we are going to go to a guard. Now, I already have an auth guard written. It just checks authenticated state. And we'll just slam this code already into the same file. We'll preserve some electrons or something. So we're going to return false at the very end so we can keep that code. And I've also injected the auth service that we could use. And if the auth service is ID tokens ACR claim, which I have a helper method for, just so we can focus on the fun bits, if that equals some value, and for this case, we're going to say two-factor, and I have a constant define, a string define for it that matches that, that two-factor any from Okta. So if this is true, then we can return true. Otherwise, we want to have the user sign in. And we can use the auth service again, the auth service again, and log in. And this method will take the ACR value that's required. So here we're going to pass in the ACR value of two factors and keep track of the current route they're trying to navigate to, which we can get from the state parameter. And of course, we're defining this in the guard itself, but you can pass the required ACR value as a route data as well. So with that, let's add this to the admin route and see what this might look like. So I'll add the step up auth guard here. And then let's try logging in. And I have signed in with my password. All right, all good. And if I go to Heroes, I can still access this. So I'm signed in. Now, if I go to admin, I should be redirected to Okta to sign back in. And let's see if that works. All right, I wrote this code right. And it's going to send me a push notification this time. So let me accept that. And now that I'm signed in, I'm redirected back to that admin route. And I now have stepped up authentication guarding that route. And we can check and take a look and make sure that is exactly what happened by looking at the console log and looking at that where it was navigated to. So you can see here I have those URL parameters like we saw before with the client ID. But this time you'll see a ... and then ALUs equals Okta URN Okta LOA 2FA any. That ALUs is supposed to be ACR underscore values. It's just very long, so Chrome cuts it off, but it's there. And we can verify that it actually is there by taking a look at the token itself, looking at the claims, and you can see that 2FA any is in that ACR claim. All right, I'm going to log back out. So then for this next section, we'll make sure we start from the beginning again. Protecting a route isn't the only thing we could do. As a matter of fact, the main point of this spec is that we're protecting resources. And those resources normally are from making an API call. So you can protect API resources with step-up auth, such as checking that payload value of that large purchase, for example, or making a call to add a new hero. By calling the API then evaluates the ACR claim that's in the access token. And if it doesn't meet the requirement, it's going to send back an error. The client then has to respond to this error by having the user sign back in, using the ACR underscore values that is appropriate for this action. gets the new tokens, and then remakes that request on behalf of the user back to the API, right? So when that's, again, that retrying is key. There's going to be a standard error that we're going to get back from any resource server. And that is going to be a 401 unauthorized. And in that www authenticate response header, we're going to see the error of insufficient user authentication. That's the key that tells you that this is a step-up authentication error. The error description is going to say what the requirement is, such as a different level of authentication is required, and it's also going to return back the ACR values that's required for performing this action. And then how do we handle that in Angular? Well, building upon the basic building blocks that we've already talked about, such as the interceptors, and then you might throw in some services and things like that to help react to any API error that we get. In the interceptor, what we'll do is we'll catch the HTTP error and then handle it. We're going to handle it by making sure that that error is a step-up authentication error, and then grab the necessary bits of information from that standard error to get the ACR values into an error format that then we can work with in the rest of the code, because the interceptor is not where we should be having the user redirect for sign-in. We'll handle that ACR values and that error someplace else. And we'll need to first make sure, once again, the error is a step-up authentication error, and then redirect the user to sign in. So this might be a service, it might be a component, wherever you want it to be. And then always re-request the resource. So we're going to try this, and we're going to try this in an interceptor and in a service. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to enable the step-up authentication checks in my API. So I would do that in my Nest.js backend, and I have this defined for the entirety of a hero's route. So obviously that doesn't quite work if you're trying to do something that's like on a payload check or something like that, but for a demo, this should suffice. So I'm saying anytime we make a call to the hero's route, we require two-factor authentication. Then if we take a look at this middleware, I already brought in all the JOT verifier libraries and things that I might need, and I'm evaluating it, making sure that the access token is valid first. And then if the ACR level isn't met, I'm going to create this error with insufficient user authentication, the error description, and then also the required ACR value, which was the two factors. Then I'll be sending back this in a 401 response and that error code in the response header. So let's go make sure first that this is what we're seeing. If I go to sign in, so I'm going to verify with a password first. All right, so no thank you. If I sign in, let me clear this and then go to hero's route, and I should see the 401, and I do. So if we take a look at the 401 error, you can see that I have that www authenticate error response with the insufficient user authentication, and then the ACR underscore values parameter as any two factors are required for this action. So I think I could stay signed in. Let's just try enabling this in Angular. So on the Angular side, we're going to first use an interceptor, and I've scaffolded a lot out here. Just for a lack of time, I can't type all of this in a 30-minute session. So what I've done already is I've caught the error. I have a catch error handler. I handle this error. I verified that the HTTP error is a 401, that it's coming from an origin that I'm expecting. And so now what I have to do is ensure that it's a step-up authentication error. So we can do that by looking at the headers. And then we want to get the www authenticate header, which I have a define for already. And then if that includes insufficient user authentication, which I have another define for, then I know for sure that this is a step-up authentication error. And then what I'm going to do is I want to grab that ACR values out of that error response, which I have a utility method to help me do so. And I also want to grab the insufficient user authentication error out as well, so I can use that as a flag for later on in the Angular code. So now the next thing we want to do is we want to respond to this, and we're going to do so in the heroes service, where I make the call. I have another catch error here. I'm making sure that that error type is an insufficient authentication error and not like a 404 or something. And then so here is where I'm going to request authentication. Now I've injected the auth service. So I can use the auth service and log in and pass in the required ACR values, which I grabbed from the message field here on this error. And I'm just turning this into an error format that Angular can also handle is what I'm doing, and just cheating off of that. And then thinking of cheating, I'm going to cheat another way because we're in a demo scenario. I need to retry this action on the user's behalf. Now for me, I have this call to get the heroes upon component initialization of navigating to the hero's route. So I just have to re-navigate them to the route, and I'm good. I retry the action for the user. Clearly, in real-world scenarios, that's not going to fly. So you will have to add more nuanced handling for retrying on the user's behalf. So I'm going to just pass in the current URL, which I've already grabbed from the router state snapshot. And this should be good to go. We make sure that I add this interceptor, though, to the application. I keep forgetting this step. All right, let's see if this works. So I'm already logged in, and I've only authenticated with the username password. So now, if I go to the heroes route, I'll see that 401 navigated back to get my second factor, which is a push notification for me. I accept it, and now I get the list of heroes. So it's retried that action on my behalf. So if you want to see this code for yourself, try it out, play with it. I do have this in my GitHub repo. You can start with the main, and main will be where we started today, and completed branch has all the completed code. And as I said, I've already brought in Okta, I've already brought in all your configurations, so you don't need to deal with any of that. It should work almost out of the box. You might be wondering, what about authentication recency? Isn't that a core part of that spec? And you're right, it is. We focus on authentication levels in this demo because counting time seems to be not the right way to spend demo time, right? So how we would normally handle authentication recency to make sure that the user has authenticated recently before performing an action is very similar. You're still going to have a 401 unauthorized error, and you're still going to get that insufficient user authentication error. The error description changes, though, saying that a more recent authentication is required, and then you're going to get back max_age of some value. So every place where you used, or we used, ACR_ values, replace it with max_age. Any place where we use the ACR claim, replace it with auth_time. And that's how you would do your time calculation to determine if the authentication recency is up to snuff. And then you may also be wondering, well, this is fantastic, but what about access control measures? Isn't this what the whole point of making sure that that user has the authority to do? I mean, like, what's up with that? Well, keep in mind we're looking at two different things here. One is ensuring that the user has the authority to perform that action. That's access control. Well, what we're checking here is to ensure that the user is who they say they are, right? That we have that identity assurances. So these are two different things that combined together will complement each other really well to have better protection of our resources. And then lastly, I will have to point this out because we used passwords, and I had some really not great passwords enabled for this application, is you always want to start off with a good authentication security as a foundation. You want to try to use phishing-resistant factors if you can, right? You want to ensure that you're starting off at a good authentication foundation and building upon there. So in that Okta configuration that I built, I do have things enabled for PHR or PHRH if you want to try those factors and some higher authentication levels. All right, so if you'd like to learn more, I have these slides available and this QR code, so you can come back and refer to this. You can grab the repos. You can also check out a tutorial I wrote, basically this whole project from this ground up, using step-up authentication on an Angular app and Nest.js backend, and I have a link for that. And if you are so inclined, feel free to check out the spec. It's actually a pretty good read for, as far as specs are concerned. And feel free to reach out to me on the socials at Elisa Duncan if you have any questions, you want to chat about auth, security, access management, anything like that. Honestly, traveling, K-dramas. I love talking to NG friends. And I also brought some Star Wars themed stickers and some Halloween candy from the US. They'd be happy to meet and chat and hand it out to you. Feel free to find me after this talk or go out and check out the Auth0 booth, because I'll drop some off there too. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Elisa. I think, in my opinion, authentication and security is always a really, really complicated topic, but you made it really clear, so thank you so much, and also some frogs for you.
Thank you.
So thank you again. So let me get a little bit serious right now. Who of you actually love writing tests? I see some heads rising up. Yeah, me neither. But we need tests, right? And the next speaker is actually going to show you how you can cook your tests. How he can do that, he will definitely show you, because he is a self-announced software development cooker. But apart from that, he's also an NX champion, also in GDE, and he definitely will show you how you can fake it till you mock it. So please give it up to Younes.
Is the mic on? It's mic. Can you hear me? Yes. What's happening here? That's chaos. What are these people? They are here for the audition, Martina. We can't audition like 500 people. So, So I think there was a misunderstanding. We've rented this place for an audition because I'm a test producer. And apparently there's something else, like you're here for something with angles. I don't know what it is. Now that you're here, you can stay, but just, maybe it's your first time at an audition, so maybe you can take pictures and share them on social media or whatever. It's not going to take long. So we'll figure out something. Okay. There's just trying to set up the Visio thing for the audition. Okay, it's there. Well, you can chat, but just don't make too much noise. We're just doing our audition here. So, Dave, can you send like the first person? Hey, what's your name? Dummy. Nice meeting you, Dummy. So let me explain what's happening here. We're building a recipes application, and it's just an application where you search for recipes and then you add them to your cart, which we call a meal planner, so that you can cook that stuff the next week. And as you know, like as all applications, it's just a couple of pieces of code that we call chunkies. Chunkies that, like you, that live together and try to figure out a way to make things happen, Of course, each chunky is different. Some are a bit crazy, others are young and think they're cool and modern, others are old and think they know everything, and some are relatively clean, others have questionable hygiene, but you'll learn to love them. And here's the general architecture of our application. So we have a recipe search component, which is like a smart or container component that gonna have a form in the recipe filter components where you can filter the keywords and stuff. And the recipe search is gonna call a service, which is a recipe repository that's gonna fetch the recipes, and then we can add them to the meal planner when we click the add button. The thing is, the recipe repository, well, we have a really good actor, right? A really good chunky for that. But the thing is that, you know, actors, like, they're expensive. They're, you know, each time you call them, like, they take milliseconds to answer. Sometimes they answer with data from other testing scenarios, and tests have conflicts between them. So we need someone like you. We need a test double that will be here to perform some stunts, okay? So that's the job we're auditioning you for, Mr. Dummy. So how cool is that? Dummy! Cool, I'm happy you're excited. So for the first scenario, we just want to make sure that when we load the component, they call you, you get all the recipes using the search recipes method they'll be calling you with, and you respond with the recipes.
Dummy.
Good. So I'm going to render the recipe search component, and oh, we have an error. Computer, zoom on the script, please. What kind of desk double is this? Come on, we're not looking for extras smiling in the background. We're looking for actors. Oh, it's not even an implementation. It's just a string, just to make things inject. Thank you, dummy. We'll get in touch with you. Next candidate, please. Hey, what's your name?
Stub.
Nice meeting you, Stub. So, this is not a private edition anymore, apparently. You've heard the intro, so whenever you're ready, I'm going to render a recipe search component, and let's go. Okay. Oh. Don't move. Just have to check. We have apparently a problem in our code in the recipe search component. Computer, go to code. What's that? Evaluate search recipes. Oh, the stub responded with undefined. Okay, got it. So, listen, you should answer with an observable emitting an array of recipes, a burger and a salad.
Oh, okay.
Good. Thank you. Let's go. So, I render the recipe search component, and good. I have my recipes displayed. Now, I'm going to start typing BUR, like for filtering the recipes. And when I start typing, this should filter the recipes, and I should only get the burger. What? Man, you're supposed to respond with burger only.
Oh, okay. Just give me the lines in the exact order.
Okay, so in the first call, I want you to respond with a burger and salad, and the second call, I want you to respond with just a burger, okay? Okay, let's move to another scene, don't have much time. So, in this scene, the component will receive all the keywords directly as an input from the query parameters. So, initially you will search immediately with the right keywords, okay? Your turn. We're supposed to filter the results.
Isn't this the first answer you were expecting?
No, yes, that was for the other scene, but I can't give you all the answers in the exact order for each scene. They look like someone who scripts everything. I'm not a playwright, we're just improvising things here. We can't give you a specific script for each test, you know, you'll have to adapt. And by the way, what do you do with these arguments? You're not checking them? What if we call you bad arguments?
Oh, I don't know. I don't check the parameters. It's definitely not my job.
Okay, then whose job is it? Well, thank you, Stub. I'll get in touch with you soon. Who did the pre-screening? Is that you, Martina? We can't work in these conditions. Bring the next one, please. What's your name?
Hello. You can call me Spy.
Okay. Okay, nice meeting you, Spy. Let's go. So I'm gonna type the keywords and BUR, and it should display only the burger. Hey, your turn. Oh, are you right? Should I repeat, or can we bring something to drink? Okay. Do you need anything else, or can we?
No, I'm fine. I'm just keeping note of everything the component says to me so that we can check later if the component is not making any mistakes.
Okay, that can come in handy, but if you don't respond to the recipe search component, the component might be disappointed. So how are we going to do that? Anyway, I also noticed you're wearing some matching Jest shoes there, and what if we move to another studio where we'd ask you to drop the shoes and put on a V-test hat, for example? Would that work for you?
Oh no, I'm highly coupled to my Jest shoes. I can't switch like that.
I see. Well, we'll figure that out. Thank you so much. Yeah, this is crazy. Anyway, the stub and the spike could work well together so that we can control the indirect inputs, indirect outputs, which are like the parameters and their return values, but they're high maintenance, you know. We can't afford that right now. Okay, well, next. What's your name?
Monk.
Nice meeting you, Muck. Okay, let's go.
Wait, I have to tell you a bit more about the way I work. First, you'll have to tell me everything about all the calls that I will receive.
Okay.
I won't let anyone call me differently from the script. And if that happens, I throw errors at them.
Oh, okay, and what if they catch the errors?
Why would they do that? They shouldn't.
Maybe because they can, I don't know. Well, and what if they don't interact with you at all?
Oh, you'll have to tell me when the scene is finished, and I'll verify if they called me properly, then let you know.
Okay, well, thank you. But wait a second, what if we change the script a bit, you know, if we change our testing scenario?
Then of course you'll have to tell me about these changes for each scene.
Okay, thank you, Mark. See you. We'll never make it. I'm pretty sure we'll never make it. Do we still have a candidate? Oh, the last one. Okay, bring it, because I can't handle this anymore. What's your name?
I'm fake.
Okay, nice meeting you, Fake. So what's your thing? Do you need the order of the answers, or the expected parameters, or the testing framework we'll be using, or the day we'll be running the test, or what's the constraint you come up with?
No, I'm fine. I've read the character description and I feel that I can really grasp its identity and imitate it. I just need the list of all the recipes we'll be playing with and I'll figure out from there. So just shoot and let's see what happens.
Cool. This is interesting. So, I mean that if I call set recipes and give you burger and salad, then I render the search component? Yes, it works. Now what if I type BUR, like I'm searching for burger? Yeah, it works. Now, what if I go off script and I type something which is not planned, like Schwarzwälder Multaschen? Cool, it works. Great. One last thing. How can we make sure that your implementation doesn't give us some bad surprises when, we switch to the real implementation? How do you make sure you're aligned with the real implementation?
There are different ways. One of them is this contract test that both the real implementation and I sign. If the contract changes and one of us doesn't comply, you'll see it immediately.
Cool. Now, what if we move to another studio where we are working with tools other than Jest or Jasmine or whatever, and we move to V-test or Playwright component testing? Would you be fine with that?
Of course. I'm testing framework agnostic, so I can work in any studio.
Wow, that's cool. Well, thank you so much. You'll definitely hear from us. Thank you. Wow. Thank you, Martina. That was a really good cast, like this one. We really have to get in touch with them. So, Who am I? I'm Yunus, and I'm here to talk about testing with you to make it like a better experience so that you don't get as horrible as the test producer you just met. And so I'm a software cook or software coach, so I try to help teams do their best with Angular and the whole ecosystem and NX and whatever. And I'm also very famous for being out of time. So why am I here? More precisely. So I'm here to talk about mocks. And more precisely again, as Martin Fowler would say, mocks aren't stubs. And the thing that I want to share with you is that what we commonly call mocks are actually test doubles. And there are so many different test doubles. There's the dummy, the mock, the fake, the stub, the spy. And the mock is actually something that we don't use that often. That's the funniest story. And there's another one of the test doubles which is very interesting, which is the fake, that we don't use enough. And the Angular code base itself is full of fakes, by the way. It's very interesting that there isn't fakes, and which can make the testing experience way better. Tests should not be a horrible experience. If the test is a horrible experience, then there's something wrong with the testing strategy. Yeah. So here I want to focus on two different test doubles. What I call the spying stub, because it's a stub that we can control that returns like specific values, and that spies the calls it receives, and the fake, which is a whole like fake implementation. So what we're going to do is that we're going to split the room into like two. Like I think the middle of the room is here. And this is the fake team. Yay, fake team! You're here. And you're three. Is that you're here? All right. Yay! And we have the spying stub team here. Good job. Thank you. Anyway, so let's start the battle. No, don't fight. It's just like a virtual battle. And let's dive into some code. Boom. Chip, chip, chip. And and while I'm starting this whole thing, I would like to thank the voices in different ways. I would like to thank my wife for the voices, and I would like to thank Dave, Martina, and Michael because they took care of my voice this whole morning, which was broken, so it helps a lot. And now that I have my code here, okay, so here I have my test for the recipe search component, and it's using a spying stub that I set up here at the beginning. And when I render the component, I provide a kind of spy implementation where I stop the return values, okay, and I can control that. But as you can see, it's some boilerplate here, and we want to try to keep it type safe. And at the end, in this test, I check that we're displaying burger and salad, but I'm also making sure that I'm calling the search method with the right parameters. And when I filter, I'm reprogramming the stub to return one burger, and then I'm checking that it's called with the right parameters. Now, let's see how robust this is, because tests should be structure insensitive, meaning that if I refactor my code, it shouldn't affect the tests that much. And let's change the recipe filter component, which has a debounce here. I'm going to remove the debounce. And let's see how it goes for the tests. And, the test failed because, let's go back to the test. Here, the spy was called three times instead of one because I typed B-U-R. So here the test was a bit overspecifying because this debounce thing is something that I'm already testing somewhere else. I don't want this test to care about it. So I have to remove this and maybe just make sure that to have been last called with BUR. Oh, and now the test is fixed. But, you know, I changed something and I had to go change the test, which is annoying. So now the fakes, you can boo the spy-in stub. Boo. Okay, there's still 3 persons there. And now, let's try something else. My recipe repository. Where is it? Service. It's implementing like some interface here, and I'm just changing the interface. I want to use an object as arguments. Okay, and here, let's see what's happening or not with our tests. The tests are still passing. Yay! But wait, it's broken. Because the thing is, what our test didn't see is that our test is still mimicking an old behavior. Oh, sorry. Our test is still assuming that the parameter we were expecting is just a string, and our spy is programmed with that. It's always returning the same value, so it just works. So again, the spying stub here did a false negative. Like, it's like, oh, there's no bug, but actually there is a bug. Okay, so boo again. Yeah, sorry. And I have a good group today. And the thing is, actually, if I had compiled the recipe search component, I would have seen that the type checking wouldn't pass here. So now that I refactor my code, the tests finally fails. So the spying stubs actually did a little bit of its job. Yay! But just a little bit. Yay! Okay, good. And now let's go back to the search spec component, and now I have to adapt the tests and say, okay, I'm expecting keywords, BUR, and here I'm expecting an empty object, because otherwise it's broken, and now, okay, the test is passing. But now imagine how high maintenance this could be. The service that I'm stubbing here can be used like in hundreds or thousands of places in my application. So I would have to change like 100 or 1,000 tests. So what do? You give up on refactoring. You just keep your legacy code as it is. So I'm not really happy with this situation. So sorry, spine stub, we're going to give a try to the fake. And first, I have to implement a fake. So the fake is nothing more than an implementation of the same interface that the real recipe repository is implementing. And I'm doing some I'm implementing some shortcuts here. So the cool thing is that you don't need any test framework skills or whatever. It's just basic TypeScript. So I'm just filtering some recipes I have in memory using the keywords. I have some funny hacks that I added. This is just like if you have the keywords contain an error, the fake might produce an error. If the keywords contain a delay, the delay keyword, the fake will return in a slower fashion, just as an example. But we'll see later that we shouldn't abuse this. And the fake has an additional method, which is set recipes, that allows my tests to control the list of recipes that the fake contains. So the good thing is that the fake doesn't need any special skills, but of course I will have to do this implementation and maintain it, but it's going to be reused in different tests. So it's kind of a good point for fake, but it's also some effort for the fake. Boo. Just some effort. So it's an investment. Now let's go back to the test. And here, what I'm going to do, you might have noticed that here I have a provider, so I'm providing the recipe repository fake as the recipe repository, and I'm also providing the recipe repository fake itself so that the application can use the fake as if it were the recipe repository, but in my tests I'm going to inject the recipe repository fake and have the additional set recipes method, so I don't have to do any fancy typecasting or whatever. And look at this. So now, instead of all this, I am going to provide the recipe repository fake, and when I'm configuring the test bed, before rendering the component, I am injecting this, and here I'm using, again, the object mother, which is something that helps you build a decent object without caring too much about the details. I don't have to return the repo anymore, and I don't have to make any assertions about whether it was called properly or not, because if it's not called properly, I'm not going to have the results. So that's it. And here, just no more mock blah, blah, blah. Cool. And is my test passing? Yes. Thanks Wallaby.js and WebStorm for this. I see this here. If I go back to the terminal, I can see that my tests are passing. Okay? Now, I'm just going to commit these changes. Switch to fake. Okay. So I don't have any more changes. Now let's refactor and see how our test is robust. Here I'm going to remove the debounce. Of course, removing the debounce should break another test, the test of the recipe filter component, for example. And look at this, our tests are passing. And now, if I go and change the recipe repository service, the maintainer of the recipe repository service decides to, the owner of the service decides to change the signature to something like this. So here, we do this, and as I am the maintainer of the service, I am also the maintainer of the fake, which is just close to it, and it's here. And I'm going to change the signature. As you can see, here it's not compiling. And now, oh, choop, choop, choop. Oh, it's burger and B-U-R. Am I doing the right thing? Choop, choop, choop. And where is the test? Okay. Something went wrong. Yeah, boo! Choop, 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 expected. Yeah, I know what happens. Anyway, let's just... Oh, yeah, of course. You know what happened? My test is broken because I didn't refactor the recipe search component. So, actually, it was good. Yay! And now I fixed my code, and all my tests are now passing. Sorry for the confusion. So everything is back on track. And look at the changelog. I only re-implemented, changed the service, the fake, and the components. I did not change any tests. If I had like 100 or 1,000 tests, they would have been still working properly. And in order to go even further, what I can do is that I can, even if I'm using something like Playwright component testing or whatever, I'm running my test here, and look, this is, oops, sorry, whoa. How do you, ow. Oh yeah, I switch. And here you can see that, okay, I have all my tests are passing in Playwright, and this is really filtering the recipes here, and I can see that, okay, this is just showing them all. Here I'm filtering with burger, and I have this, and I can play around with my fake in my Playwright component tests, which are just here, search, and look at this. Pretty readable. I'm just rendering the component, I'm checking the burger and the salad, and the whole setup is, again, just the same, because here in the Playwright thing, I'm just providing the fake, and I'm setting the burger and the beer and whatever. And if I don't know, like I provide salad and cheese or whatever, and I go back to the test, obviously, this test will time out because it's going to fail, and it doesn't work because it's looking for a burger and a beer, and it's getting a burger, a salad, and cheese. So the person my test is disappointed. So, and of course, I can also use it in my own application as a demo. So let's just wrap it up. So, who wins? Well, actually, the fake wins for the most common scenes because it's really reusable for so many scenarios. So, bravo for the fake team. Yeah! But the spine stubs didn't completely lose it because they're pretty practical for what I call extreme stunts. Is when you want to try something like, I don't know, some weird errors or timing problems, like I want to fetch data there, I'm going to call my LLM API, and if it's too slow, I'm going to fall back on my previous results or whatever. And the last key takeaway is that while fakes are pretty cool because they're reusable, they're decoupled from the testing, they're decoupled from the test, they are decoupled from the frameworks. You'll be using their symmetric to the real implementation through contract testing and such things. They reduce the maintenance cost by avoiding what we call overspecification, and when your tests are too coupled to the implementation details. They will always keep the parameters and the return values in sync. You don't check the parameters somewhere or the arguments you received somewhere, and you have the stopped value somewhere else. And it's less cognitive load at the end, but they are dangerous. And the tip is, please keep them simple, don't over-engineer them. Let tests provide the data through object mothers and stuff. Don't create fakes with like hundreds of data in them already, and you have to know about that. And use spine stubs for edge cases instead of like having like what I did, like with the keywords, with errors and stuff. That could be useful, but should be used wisely. And document the fake as much as you can. So please fake your services only when needed, again, and until you mock them when you really need to get out of the fake. So thank you. You can find the slides and the source code by following the links below. And also, one last thing, I just released my Angular testing course, and it's up there. And you can just go register right now, and there is a special offer right now, and it's so you have a discount. That's not enough. Oh, that's okay. That's better. Well, thank you. And can we take a picture together with everyone, because you were really great, and that was a really nice experience. Thank you. You come with me.
Then let's do a short picture together. Or you want alone?
No, together.
Okay. Whoop, whoop.
Hey, the fakes, the spies. Where are you? They went for lunch or what?
Great, thank you
Thank you.
so much. But did you clean that up, please?
Yeah, of course.
Please,
Sorry.
Thank you. Just hurry up. I mean, beside all the burger and whatnot, I wondered where was the beer?
Which beer?
The beer, the German beer.
I still can't find it.
Okay.
It's disappeared.
But definitely you still deserve the Haribo.
Thank
so
you.
it was such a great talk. I always love the way you're giving your talks, actually. So
Thank
give
you.
it up one more time
Thank you
to
very
Eunice.
much. Thank you. Thanks.
So next, of course, up will be the lunch break. But I need your attention for a couple of seconds, maybe 1 or 2 minutes more, because this whole conference isn't, of course, possible without the great, great support of some sponsors. So we like to give give it up again for our sponsors. Yeah, all good, all good. We give it up for our sponsors. They are really, really awesome. So please make sure that during the lunch break, you also get the chance to talk to them. Maybe if you're searching for a job, I'm pretty sure they're open for hire as well. So of course, give it up for one of the gold sponsors, the Coding Bootcamp Europe. They actually want to give the possibility to persons with any kind of background, where they're coming from, whatnot, to actually learn code and get into tech and, yeah, develop great applications like hopefully we already do. Next up, of course, Workshops TE. I mean, Robin was already on stage here. Tony is also responsible for the view. They are really great running workshops on all kind of topics, React, Docker, Kubernetes, Angular, of course, as well, apparently. And of course, Vue, definitely. Java, Spring. We have a lot to talk about, giving workshops, mentoring and consulting. And Workshops TE also one of the gold sponsors. Next, of course, Adesso. Adesso is a great, great company. There's also actually one place in Karlsruhe where I'm coming from. They basically consult and they're experts in their topics, not only about Angular, also about any kind of cloud services or backend development. They offer great, great consultancy, and they're actually really experts. They're really, really great persons over there. So make sure you talk to them outside. Coming to the silver sponsors, we have SAP Lean IX. They offering solutions for visualization, your IT landscape, to helping you making business changes quite faster, to see and detect where actually might some complicated path in your software ecosystem, in your enterprise application, and they try to help you to react better on business changes. Next up, we have Auth0 by Okta. I mean, I worked for Okta for a long time, so of course I have a lot to say about Auth0, and they are great. They're delivering identity as a service, and whoever set up an account on Auth0 knows how easy it actually is to integrate Auth0 inside your Angular application, offering an SDK for that makes it so much easier so you don't have to deal with any kind of tokens and whatnot. They're also outside, so please make sure to talk to them. Then we have House of Angular. Actually, they're really, really amazing. They're offering any kind of consultancy and development support when it comes to Next.js or Angular, and they're such lovely people. So definitely check them out as well. They are really, really sweet, awesome persons, actually. All the others, of course, as well, but they also. And of course, Quapaya. They're also outside, so make sure to check out their booth. They also giving consultancy and are the best software developers in the world. They told me to tell that, but it's definitely true. Also experts on their field. So please give it up one more time to all these great, great, great sponsors. Woo! Last but not least, one sentence. Maybe you know tonight there will be a food truck around and you get some tokens to actually get the burgers and burritos. These tokens you can get where the t-shirts were made. When you're outside on the right corner, there are the t-shirt where you can get a t-shirt, and they also give out the tokens for the tonight food truck. So I'm done. I won't keep you apart anymore for your lunch. So have a great lunch. And we meet each other 2:15. So enjoy, talk to each other, and be kind. so far? Whee! Come on, okay. I know it's annoying, but we can do a little bit better. How are we doing so far? Amazing, great. So I hope you enjoyed the lunch. We had actually 3 queues, so we shredded it a little bit. So hopefully everyone got something to eat and drink. As mentioned, tonight we will also have food trucks. Hope you got your token already. If not, there will be still some tokens outside. But keeping that apart, I have the great honor to introduce Manfred for the next talk. And I'm pretty sure everyone knows already everything about Manfred because he's like such an idol. He's an active Angular contributor to the Angular team. He's so into the community, always happy to help. And aside of that, he's actually running a company calling Angular Architects, where we're actually delivering great content, articles. Actually, a lot of trainers are here today of Angular Architects as well, delivering workshops, mentoring. So be sure to check out his great articles afterwards. But just see yourself and enjoy the talk, enjoy the rest of the day, and keep it up for Manfred.
Yeah, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. So I guess you know this here. In Austria, where I come from, we call this Grapfen. And I know you have different terms for this here in Germany. In most countries you call it Berliner, but in Berlin you call it Pfannkuchen, as I learned recently. And I don't know about you, but in Austria we consume Grapfen mainly during Carnival. During Fasching, as we call it. It's available around the year, but its main season is Carnival. And during Carnival, people try to be funny, haha. And so some people take here the ingredients, for instance the jam that is in here, take it out and replace it by mustard. But just for one of those Grapfen. And if you have bad luck, you get this one with mustard, and this leads to a very bad taste experience. So please don't do it. I don't like it. Don't play with food. However, I think this little story shows that quite often a small change has a huge impact. And this might be also the case with architecture in the world of Angular. For instance, think about Redux and changing out Redux. More and more companies, more and more communities think about exchanging Redux by something that is a bit more lightweight, by a lightweight store. And so the big question is, what will change here? And I have the impression a lot of things will change if you go down this road. What do I mean when I'm talking about a lightweight store? Well, for me, a lightweight store in Angular is just a service providing some methods. I'm triggering those methods, and this makes the service doing some things. Those things can be synchronous or asynchronous. The store acts like the Duracell Rapid. It does something, and after that we get new data. And this data is put into some kind of reactive data structure, like an observable or a signal or something like this. And because of having this data structure, the data can flow down into the component, or to be more precise, into the component's template. So this is what I mean when I'm talking about lightweight stores. So the big question is now, why do we need stores in general? Well, obviously, we need a store to manage state. This should not come as a surprise. However, there is a second reason, at least a second reason, namely stores streamline your data flow, your reactive data flow. Stores are really beneficial for your data flow architecture. Because if we talk about a reactive system, we have the chance that one change leads to another change, and perhaps this change leads to a further change, and that change leads to the first change, and this is something you want to avoid. This leads to applications you cannot easily reason about, you cannot easily debug. It leads to, as I call it, An incredible machine. Perhaps you know this game. Who knows this game, The Incredible Machine? Yeah, some of you. It's a very old game from the 90s. It's a physics game. So I would say as an architect, the main goal of this game is to produce a side effect. Look here. Here the bowling ball goes down and then it is triggering the cannon, which is triggering the balloon and so on. So it's really a lot of fun to do this game and to find out how to place everything and how to use physics to reach your goal. However, if your application looks like this, then you really have an issue. Then you have a piece of code that is not maintainable anymore. And this is the risk if you go with a reactive system. And funnily, with a store, regardless if it is a lightweight store or a Redux-based store, you can streamline this. You always have a command that goes upwards in the sense of a method, then something happens, and then the data flows down with a signal, with an observable, and that's it. Some people call this the unidirectional data flow. You just do a round once per event, per user interaction, or something like this. And another aspect why I like this slide is, this slide really shows where signals currently shine. They shine here on the right side. They are currently a good fit for bringing data into your template. This is the current main use case. I'm quite sure this use case will be extended over time, but currently this is where we are on the right side. So the thing is, lightweight stores are not an invention of the Angular community, not at all. A lot of other communities, as you see here, have already adopted lightweight store. They started questioning Redux by default already several years ago. And meanwhile, also in the Angular community, we have a quite nice lightweight signal-based store. It's the NSureX signal store, the newest member of the NSureX family. And today I will use this store to showcase how such a store changes some rules of your architecture. Because this is the main question I want to answer. And to answer this question, I have prepared several things. We will get started with what I'm calling a baseline architecture. And on top of this architecture, I will discuss several questions around how our architecture might change. Questions like, how large should the store be? Is it everything like in Redux, or is it a bit smaller? Where to put such a store? Also, what to do with global state and or local state? And last but not least, what to do to prevent cycles, redundancies, and inconsistencies. Because this is also a reason why a lot of people use Redux, don't they? Before we start, let me introduce myself. I'm Manfred. I'm a trainer and consultant for Angular, and I'm focusing on Angular in the enterprise. I and my colleagues do a lot of stuff in this area. We are visiting a lot of companies. We are doing workshops there, trainings, consulting, reviews. And by the way, we are also quite connected to the Angular community. I live in Austria, where we have Krapfen, but I do a lot of stuff in Germany. Since 2008, I'm here every second week. I'm traveling across the federal countries. I really love it to learn about all the little tiny differences. Sometimes they are little tiny and sometimes they are a bit bigger. And yeah, I really like to be here and to help companies with Angular in the enterprise. Sometimes we are also entering other countries. If we promise to behave well, they let us in. We are doing a lot of stuff meanwhile in the rest of Europe, and we are always happy to work together with people around the globe. Okay, so let's get started with the baseline architecture. For my baseline architecture, I'm using an NX monorepo. I'm using, this should not be a surprise, Angular, and I'm using the brand new NSureX signal store. Our architecture we very often start with is subdivided into business domains. A business domain is something from the real world. You know, the real world is where the pizza boy comes from, and we investigate this real world and try to mirror parts of it in our software. And such a part could be booking if we think about the flight booking system, or boarding. And quite often you have one or several shared parts. And then we start to fill those areas, those domains, which can be just folders or also different applications. It really depends on how you implement it. We fill them with modules. Modules that also can be folders, libraries, or perhaps also applications. And we are also categorizing those folders. For this we are using the categorization proposed by the NX team. They tell us to go with feature modules. They are for smart components. They know about your use cases, and hence they are quite concrete. Obviously, we need concrete components. However, concrete components are not that reusable. This is part of the game. To get in some reusability, we have UI modules with dump components. They don't know about your use cases. They are super reusable by displaying this or that and raising an event when something happens. We have a module with data access code, services talking to the backend, and also data models in there representing your data. And we have utility modules with general purpose utility functions. Stuff like authentication, calculating dates, stuff like this. This baseline architecture, as we call it, has several advantages. One advantage is it brings a lot of order into play. There is less discussion about where to put something, where to find something. That's good. Another aspect is we can easily introduce access restrictions, like we are only allowed to navigate top-down, which is decreasing the possibility of cycles, of course, and also it is decreasing the coupling, because not everything can interact with everything else. We can just go top-down, which means feature can talk to UI, data utility, data can only talk to utility. The more important criteria here is just going from left to right. It's more important also in terms of domain-driven design and also in terms of having separated partial applications, subdomains or verticals, as you want to call it, that don't need to know much about each other. Because you want to change something here without breaking something there. Here in this case, booking can only interact with booking code and with shared. Boarding can only interact with boarding code and with shared, and booking and boarding are not allowed to interact with each other. Prevents coupling, prevents intermingling. We start with this quite often, but we also quite often adopt it. Sometimes we find out we need more layers or perhaps more dimensions, then the matrix becomes a cube, or sometimes we implement this with micro frontend, sometimes with NX, sometimes just with the Angular CLI, but the DNA is always the same. So for this here, I'm going with NX, and NX brings a lot of advantages. For instance, we can modularize our application with libraries. Each and every cell you have seen before on this matrix becomes a library in NX. And there can be access restrictions defining which library is allowed to access which further libraries. We use also NX for incremental CI/CD. That means only stuff that has been changed will be rebuilt. This speeds up the whole build process, obviously. We go with the build cache of NX, and we go with having builds in parallel in the cloud, which is a commercial add-on to NX. So the thing is, sometimes having that many libraries is not that fun, because in this case we end up with a huge amount of little tiny libraries. And so what we do in this case here, we don't use NX for the modularization, we use the sheriff, which is doing the same access restrictions via linting, but on a per folder basis. This gives you a more lightweight architecture. You just have folders, not that many different libraries. That means we use NX for everything else, and we combine NX with sheriff to have this more lightweight folder-based structure. Let me show you a demonstration about this, and then we can discuss all the things lightweight stores on top of it. So what you see here is our NX workspace. It's a simple application that is about booking flights. And if we drill here in, we have the flights application. It consists of several domains. And if I drill in here, let's close this, we see a check-in domain, a luggage domain, and a ticketing domain. And there is the shared part. And one more time, if we drill in, we see our layers. We see the data layer and 2 feature layers. Those are ideas we borrowed from the NX team, and they work quite well. More or less what you see here in terms of the folder structure is our matrix. We have here the columns, check-in, luggage, share, ticketing, and here we have the rows, 2 items of the feature row and 1 items of the data row. If we look in here, we have ordinary Angular code. Meanwhile, it's fully standalone based, and there should be a nice flat search component somewhere. Also a standalone component that is importing stuff from other libraries and other modules of our system. And the best thing, and this is what Sheriff is doing, is if we try to import something we are not allowed to import. For instance, here I try to import something from the luggage domain. Even though I'm currently in the ticketing domain, I'm getting a hit on my fingers. And I really appreciate this, because this tells me, hey Manfred, you are doing something wrong. You try to break the architecture, please don't do it. So look here at this error message. It tells us, hey, you have ticketing feature. You are in the ticketing column within the feature row, and this means you are not allowed to access the domain luggage. You don't have any clearance. This is forbidden, or to say it a bit stricter, it's verboten. Yes, you know, if you use the German term, then people know you are really serious about this. You are meaning it as you say it. Okay, cool. So no broken windows. Also, if we call the linter here on the console, we get exactly the same error message. Also here, you don't have clearance. You see it here to access domain luggage. And that means we can integrate this in our build pipeline. And so the build pipeline will not allow to break the rules, to break the architecture. No broken windows. I really love this. Yeah, this is our baseline architecture. And now let's discuss what it means if we use this architecture together with a lightweight store. The first question that comes up here is, how granular should it be? How large, how small should it be? And funnily, such a lightweight store is mainly on a feature level, because a lightweight store is mainly a service. And you don't want to have a service responsible for the whole system. This would be one of those services that is far too large and that is coupled in everywhere. So mainly a lightweight store is really on a feature level, serving one or a tiny amount of components. And sometimes, if this feature level is too huge, you split it into sub-features. This is one big difference to the Redux-based world, where you have one huge store for everything. The second question is somehow connected to this. However, the answer to this question needs a bit more time. There is no easy answer for this. Where to put the store in terms of our architecture? Well, if we would stick with Redux, this answer would be quite simple, because in Redux we talk about feature slices. And as the name tells us, a feature slice is associated with a feature, and sometimes we pull it down on the data level, especially if we feel that several features of the same domain need to access the same data. So in the case of Redux, it's simple. If we switch over to lightweight stores, it's not that simple anymore. So a lightweight store, for instance, could live on a feature component level. Just imagine a very complex feature component that has a lot of state. In this case, this feature component could have its own local store. That means we are using the signal store like the component store before. We could also put it here on the feature itself. Perhaps several components make up this feature, and so we need some access from all the components to this one very store. We could also pull it down to the data level, as seen before, because perhaps several features need to access the same data structures. In this case, the data layer will expose the store. And sometimes, not every time, but sometimes we might have a store on the utility level, especially if you have stateful utilities. The thing is, most utilities are not stateful. Think about calculating dates. This is not stateful. Or displaying some status message. This is also not stateful. However, if you think about authentication, of course, this is stateful. They have a state, namely the authenticated user and all their properties, roles and other properties. So you need to manage it, and hence you can decide to put those properties into a store. So in this case, we have a store on the utility level. But there is another location, and this might come as a surprise. We can also have a store on the UI level, on the level of dump components. And this might really come as a surprise, because usually we say, well, we don't want our dump components to access the store. This is, I think, the most known rule in the area of stores. Don't use the store within dump components. However, what people really mean with this rule is, don't use the global store from within a dump component. Because the dump component should be reusable, and we don't want to trigger the dump component several backend calls. However, sometimes dump components are really complex. That means they need a lot of data. And so we can decide to give those components a store of their own. In this case, the store becomes an implementation detail. The caller is not interested into whether the data is managed by a store or somewhere else, but for us it's helpful to have a store in there. Think about a scheduler component with a daily view, a weekly view, a monthly view, a yearly view, a lot of different data, dates and repeating dates and so on. In this case, a store might come in handy as an implementation detail. We don't expose it. To wrap this up, at the end of the day, a lightweight store can live everywhere. It can be on a component level or on a module level. And if it is on a module level, we can expose it for other modules. Think on the data layer. There we are exposing something. Or it can be hidden inside the module. Think about the feature level. So we are quite flexible in here. Let me show you all of this in an example. In my example, my flight search component, responsible for searching flights, is getting a store. And as you see, the store is just a service that is injected, and I'm getting out here several signals that are data bound. A from signal, a to signal, this is my search filter. I want to fly from here to there. I have my entities, the found flights, and then I'm triggering some methods to load something or to update the filter, the search criteria, and so on. So what you see here in practice is this unidirectional data flow. commands go up, and data flows down via signals that are data bound. In my case, the store itself is located on a feature level. We have it directly here. Look here. We have feature booking with some components, and here we have the booking store. So it's really located on the feature level, as local as possible and as global as needed. And funnily, if we look into it, I don't go into details here, but here we see a very funny aspect of the NShareX signal store, because what we have here is a higher level feature. It's a feature that is connecting the store to a data service. Here it's a flight service. Usually, you start with, in your first examples, with defining some state, like a flights array, or some computed signals, or some methods for loading flights. However, you can group some of them in a generic function like with data service, and now this function gives you everything you need on a regular basis to get a store for this or that use case. Here you get a store for loading entities. You just connect a service and a flight filter, and you get all those signals and all those methods. Nice aspect of the signal store. Okay, so what we see here is it's co-located with the feature, and it's on the level, on the granularity of a single feature. So the next question we might encounter is what to do with global versus local state. And the thing is, of course, if our stores are little, if they are on a per feature level, we might have several of them. And sometimes we might have several on different layers. We might have one for our feature and a more general one on the domain level or on the utility level. Think about the user store that knows about the authenticated user. It's very likely on the domain or utility level. So how bring all the data together? Well, one possibility is to hide everything behind a service that serves your feature, a feature-located service. Or, have you seen this animation? It's really cool. Oh. I'm really proud. I could do this the whole day. Or, you connect your stores with each other. Here we need to take care a bit, because we don't want to have a change cascade. We don't want to have one store triggering another store, triggering the next store, triggering the first store. But if we just read, don't write, if we just read from a lower level store, we should be safe. And this means we can also use the data from down there in a reactive way within Computed. So let me show you an example for this. What I have here is a ticket store, or perhaps we should start with the user store, outstore. The authentication store, no, this isn't it. The authentication store is in the shared area of my application, util out, and here we have the outstore. And as you see, it's a very simple store, it's a demo application. I'm just assuming that the user with this ID is logged in. I call this authentication for very honest users. And besides this, I have here a feature that is called Next Flights. It shows the user's next flights. And of course, there we have another store. I call it Ticket Store. It displays the user's next tickets. And you see, for loading the tickets for the given passenger, I need to have the current user ID. And that's why I'm injecting the authentication store. As long as I'm just reading from this authentication store, and as long as I'm just accessing lower level stores, it should be totally fine. And this is what happens here. I'm taking out the user ID, and then I'm doing my thing. Okay, so one last thing, cycles, redundancies and inconsistencies. So let's think it through, how to prevent all of this. I have a good message. We have layering. That means it's not that easy to produce cycles. It's still possible, but not that easy. We can just communicate into one direction. However, when it comes to redundancies, then I think it's not true that Redux prevents redundancies, because no one prevents us from writing the same stuff into this feature slice and into that feature slice. However, Redux has a wonderful thing that allows us to find out quickly that something is going on there, the Redux DevTools. And we can also connect non-Redux-based stores to the Redux-based DevTools to look into them to find out what's going on there. And this is my last example of today. It's a very quick example. So if you look to my stores, I have this helper function. It was written by my colleague Rainer Hanekamp, and it's open source. It's called with DevTools, and this connects our Signal store to the known Redux DevTools. And here in my application, when I'm searching for flights and looking into my next tickets, then I get some data into my store, and here we have the DevTools to find out what's going on here. Here I see what's going on in the booking feature, in the authentication feature, in the ticketing feature. When it comes to booking, I have those flights that go from London to Paris. Okay, cool. So if you like all those thoughts about architecture and how to do it in a way that allows the application to evolve, you will very likely also like our free ebook. Feel free to download it here. Meanwhile, it is in its 6th edition and we have 20 chapters. And there are several chapters about using signals in a good way for your architecture. Also chapters about the Signal store and custom features. Okay, so let me come to a conclusion. What did we see today? We have seen that lightweight stores have the size of a subfeature, feature or subfeature. We have seen they can live everywhere throughout our different layers. We have seen they can be orchestrated by a feature service, and they leverage layering to prevent cycles. Also, they should use the DevTools so that we find out what's going on in there. And in general, our baseline architecture is vertically sliced by domains, domains that don't know much about each other. We have horizontal separations by layers, and we enforce access paths with Sheriff and or Annex. Furthermore, we improve build times with Annex. And there is one last thing I really want you to remember. Besides all of this is important, but one last thing I want you to remember, namely, please never ever put mustard into your Krapfen. It's not fun, and don't play with food. That's it. So here you have my contact data. Follow me on Twitter or on LinkedIn to stay in contact. And I have already uploaded my examples and slides to my blog. You find it here. So thanks for having me.
Okay. So my personal key takeaway is no mustard. Okay.
No mustard.
Sehr gut. Very good. So we take the traditions.
Oh, Haribo, nice.
Yeah, you have got some Haribo. Oh, nice. And next speaker will be Eliran. We're waiting for Manfred to disappear. Go away, man.
Can I get my Haribo before I'm giving the talk?
Excuse me?
Can I get the Haribo before I'm giving the talk?
I can throw it to you, yeah, if you can catch it.
No, I'm thinking
Okay,
about maybe you will regret it after.
You will get it anyway. Before or after your talk.
Amazing. So we're good enough.
So your talk is about DIY, whatever.
Whatever.
Are you a DIY guy?
Actually, yes.
What was the last thing you actually crafted DIY?
You mean in the real world?
Yeah,
no,
in real
nothing,
world?
nothing.
Never. Okay. So Eliran, the guy who's only living in the virtual world, not in the real world. Give it up for Eliran.
Thank you. Cool. So I'm actually feeling like I'm kind of in a bad situation, giving a talk straight after Manfred. So I'm in a big trouble. Wish me luck. So I'm honestly super excited to be here for the third time in a row in the third edition of NGDE. And today I'm going to talk about signals in general, but it's not yet another signal talk, okay? Actually, what we're going to do here is not just talk about signals, we're going to create signal from scratch altogether. So, for any of you doesn't know me, I'm Eliran. I'm a founder of a company named eSquare. I'm a Google developer expert for Angular web technologies and organizing the Angular TLV community and conference. I will mention that in a second. A word about my company. We are an Angular-oriented consulting firm that specialized in everything related to web frameworks, but more focused on the Angular ecosystem. We do staff augmentation, consulting, and trainings, and you can check out our website to learn more about that. I mentioned Angular TLV, so we have we're reviving with the entire things going around the Angular ecosystem. Lately, we also decided to revive our conference in Tel Aviv, so it's next month. If you're there or want to check the data, angular-tlv.com. What we're going to talk about today. So we're going to talk about what are signals, to touch on the primitives that signals bring with, why do we need signals in web frameworks, and we're going to build one. But not only that, 2 days ago, I think the Angular core team just announced that they're going to change the effect function significantly, so I couldn't ignore it, and I'm also going to touch it during my talk, and we're going to wrap it up all together. Now, I know that in the Angular ecosystem, everybody is really excited about the introduction of signals, but signals are not just a thing of Angular. We see signals around everywhere in JavaScript, in the JavaScript ecosystem, and I have to be honest, I thought that First Solid was the first one introducing signals, and then I learned that Vue also have proxies, and Quick also supports both proxies and signals, which rely on the same architecture more or less. And you see that Emma was here today in the morning and spoke about the Angular momentum. So actually I'm feeling like that's the JavaScript momentum, the JavaScript ecosystem that's growing and growing with so much amazing frameworks. And you see that most of them adopting the same concepts. And in the end, even though we have multiple web frameworks, we see that in the end, most of them sharing the same architecture, the same needs, and most of them needs a reactivity system I will touch it in a second, why they need it, okay? But before, quickly, what are signals? And if I try to define a signal, I will say it's just a value plus the change notification delivered synchronously, okay? But it's not only that. That's a simple thing. A signal is also a dependency graph that can tell you whenever a signal which depends on another signal, and this signal is get updated, then what's the entire tree, which exactly nodes needs to be updated. So we get not only the change notification, we also get the dependency graph, and this is more or less something exciting, and we will see why we need it in Angular in a second. So just to wrap up signals push-based synchronously reactivity system. Signals always have value, easy to read everywhere. Signals doesn't have side effects like unsubscribe, and it's as automatically dynamic dependency tracking. Signals have three main primitives. The signal itself, the computed, which is whenever you derive from another signal, it gets updated, and the effect, which is just an operation that happens whenever your signal is updated. And we're asking ourselves why web frameworks need signals. You know, we're in an Angular conference, so I will take the Angular example. And let's imagine this as our tree DOM. And imagine that we have in one of the leaf, we trigger an event that need to trigger change detection. So traditionally, in most web frameworks, this was going to happen. The entire DOM tree is going to re-render. In Angular, actually, it's not really re-rendering, because in Angular, we have just checking of the bindings that what if the value changed yes or not, and then update it. Now, of course, on push makes it more efficient, but in the end, more or less, frameworks have the same need to check the entire, at least, route between the root and the leaf. Now, now, with that said, we understand that if we will have a reactivity system that's telling us that which node in this tree depends on what model, or in what's the models that are actually creating this DOM. So we can update a specific DOM without updating the entire tree. And this is the reason Angular chose signals as their solution to approach this reactivity upgrade, and it's also going to help us move to zoneless application. And now, talking about signals enough, let's see how easy it is to create a signal from scratch. So we'll open my IDE. I hope that the dark theme is all right. Should I replace it to white? Or that's fine? Fine? Amazing. And let's quickly create a new file and call it signal.ts. So signals mainly have two functions in them, okay? So I will create, that's fine, people in the back? Cool. So let's quickly create signal function, which is, you're getting a value of type T, let's declare T, of course. And you have two functions. The first one is read, where read just return the value, and write that write will take the new value and just set the value to new value. So far easy. Let's return a tuple of read and write. And of course, this should be of type T. And of course, TypeScript can be, because we have two different functions, TypeScript can't automatically infer the type. So we need to tell the type. So this is a function that's getting nothing and return T. And we here have a function that gets value of type T and return void. We have a basic signal. Let's use it. So let's create our first. Let's create counter and set counter. Set counter. Yeah, with create signal. Now create signal. You see, by the way, you see that the Angular. I can import it from the Angular core primitives. Let's not use it. Let's use the one that we just created. Of type, the type will be number, and the initial value going to be 0. Now, if I will set the counter to 1, but before, you know what, let's run something, let's add console log here. With counter, and look in our application, we will see that nothing actually telling us that the counter has changed. We need actually to run this function once again. And this is not what we want. So in order to take our naive signal implementation into a real signal implementation, I'm going to introduce some new interface called node runner. Node runner is going to be the specific node of signal in the dependency graph. And now what I'm trying to achieve is to make sure I'm creating the dependency graph itself. Whenever a specific node is updated, I want to update its dependencies. So every node will have an execute function, which is going to be a function that returns void. and the list of dependencies. So we have dependencies. No, dependencies. That's good. And this can be a set of n. Cool. Now, after we have this one, we can create a context. A context, it will be an array of the entire node runners. And I also need two helper functions. The first one going to be subscribe function. Subscribe with the node, which is going to be of type node runner, and also the subscriptions. Subscriptions, which is going to be a set of node runners. Now, whenever I want to subscribe, I just want to tie it between the specific node and the list of dependencies. So I'm taking the subscriptions and registering the specific node, and also go to the node dependencies and add the subscriptions to this one, making the coupling. Now, I mentioned I also need a cleanup function. Cleanup function that will take the node of type node runner, and here just iterate over const depth of node dependencies, and I just can delete them from the list. And whenever I deleted the entire list, I can just clean the node dependencies, clear the entire list. Now, we have these two helper functions. We can go back to our initial create signal function and enrich it a little bit. So let's start with creating the subscription, the list of subscription. I'm creating the list of subscription called subscriptions. It's going to be a new set of node runners. And whenever I do, I'm calling the read function, I want to do the next thing. First of all, I want to take the last context node. So I'm reaching to the node where it sits in the context, and as I know, it's the last one, context left -1. If I have a node, I want to run the subscribe function between the node and the list of subscriptions. Whenever I run the run function, the write function, I just want to iterate over the list of subscriptions, and run the execute function. Now I have a real signal. And with that, I can create a real effect. So let's quickly create our effect function. Export function effect. And our effect, we know that the effect function will get a function that it's a function that we don't really know what it's going to return, but we know that we need three things. First of all, we need the execute function. So let's create the execute function. It will be a function that we will define in a second. We need to create a node runner. So we're creating a node of type node runner, and creating the execute first, then the list of dependencies, and here the dependencies can be just a new set. And in the end, we want to call the execute function. Now, the execute function going to help us enter what we did into the context. So first of all, we run the cleanup function over the node. Then we're pushing into the context the specific node, and then we can just trigger the function itself. Well, finally, we want to remove it from the context. That's it. Now let's go to our code once again, and then instead of using console log plenty of time, let's remove everything here, or you know what, we can keep it, let's just remove the console logs. And instead of that, we can add an effect function, which we import from our file and not from Angular core, and run console log over this counter. Not this, we're not in a class. And we get actually the subscriptions every time the counters change. It's not only that. We can put many subscriptions on it. You know what, let's quickly create another example with names. So let's say I have a first name and select first name, set first name. Let's change it to be a string. And this will be Eliran. And this will be last name with set last name. And this is going to be a string Eliassi. This is my name. And let's say I have an effect function that logging the name. Name is, and here I'm setting a few dependencies, not just one. So let's take first name and last name. And if I will change the first name to Martina. Martina is it? To Martina. Martina, welcome to the Eliassi family. So I see that it changed once, but now if I will set the last name, even though I haven't said anything about who's the dependencies, it makes it automatically. So Martina Cross, I see that actually it gets updated every time the effect function runs, every time one of the dependencies is just changing. And this is the magic more or less behind signals. And I have enough time to go over what's changed lately in Angular. So a few days ago, I think 2 days ago, the Angular core team just announced that they're going to change the effect function significantly, and because of that, they more or less going to keep it in developers preview in version 19, even though it can change in a minor version, so we don't have to wait 6 months. And you see many blogs and videos. I saw Ben Lesh saying, don't use effects, get away from effects. And I actually checked the docs, the Angular docs, about the entire signal guides. And you will see this in the docs. Signals and effects are powerful stuff, right? And usually what's happened, and you've been in a conference, you see something amazing like effects, and you're coming back to your day-to-day job and say, hey, let's change everything to signals and effects. And why not? But you didn't check up the docs, and the docs actually telling you that it's a little bit too dangerous to use effects everywhere. And there is a specific scenario where Angular wants you not to use effects, and they're going to enforce it while they're going to remove the allow signal rights that I'm going to show in a second. The main reason is because the schedulers of signals is not the same as the Angular change detection schedulers. What can happen to you is you're going to update one of your dependencies, and in the end, you will find out that your effect runs way after the time that the DOM updated. Okay, so you can have what we called in the ecosystem, we called a glitch, and mainly you will find that effect is not the primitive that you're looking for. So this is the blog post, by the way. I encourage you to have a look in the last updates on to the effect function, and to demonstrate the problem and the solution, I will quickly go to create a new component. So let's quickly create a component, and let's call it a select component, okay? And inline template. Amazing. So we have a select component. I will increase the font so everybody can see. And let's imagine that we have options, a list of options that we're getting from outside as a signal. So the type going to be, it's going to be an input of string array. And let's initiate it to be with just an empty array. Now, you don't want just the options, you want to have the selected options, the selected option. Selected option, and it's also going to be a signal of type string, and in the beginning, when nobody chooses a specific option, you want to have it empty, an empty string. Now, the template is going to look something like that. So I have an unordered list, and I'm iterating option of options, and have a list item that on click going to run select with the option, and here let's just print the option. Let's quickly implement the select. Select will get an option of type string, and take the selected option, set the value to the option. Now, options can change from the outside, right? It's a DOM component, so options can change from outside, and we actually want to have the ability to reset the selected option. So the first thing come in mind is to create a constructor, create an effect function. By the way, let's make sure that we're using the right effect. Right now, we're going to use the Angular effect. And we subscribe to the option list. Whenever it's changed, I can just set the selected option to be an empty string. And the problem with it is, we just mentioned, we're trying to mix two reactive systems. It's trying to sync two reactive systems into one. And this is not the way of doing that. Now, there is a solution for that, and it's changing in paradigm, and even changing the way we think about effects and compute it. So the way the Angular team and Alex Rickenbauer showed it a few days ago, want us to implement this specific situation is, instead of having a selected option, we can just get rid of it, okay? Instead of that, we're going to create a state. Whenever we need to sync, by the way, first of all, this is not going to work out. Let's get this back. This is going to throw an error, okay? Whenever we set a signal inside an effect, right now, and this is going to change in the next version, we have allow signal rights true, okay? We have to do that, otherwise we're going to have a runtime error. Now, the way the Angular team wants us to solve it is, instead of holding a select option, we can create something that's called state, and instead of using effect function, we're going to use the computed function. Now, the computed function, you know what, let's leave the type for a second. I can create a function that will straight immediately return an object, and the object will set the state of the component. So we have the options, which is going to be the options that is part of the component, but we're going also to have a selected options, which instead of be just a part of the computed, it's going to be another signal of string inside the component. And now every time options changed, selected option will be reset. The moment we say we did it, we can definitely get rid of the constructor and the effect we created. We can definitely here, the way we need to update it is just call the state. We don't have a selector option. What happened? It took a second. And here we not showing the selected option, but let's say we did. So we have a selected option is with state dot selected option Okay, so this is the new stuff coming to Angular and the way Angular wants you to think about that. There is also going to be a change in the way that effects going to be implemented in terms of timing. So effect is going to run as part of the change detection mechanism and the component change detection to be exact. So you also be aware of that. Again, really encourage you to go to read the blog that Alex just posted 2 days ago. So it's the latest news coming to everything related to signals. And if you want to try to take away from the last example is effects are the way to sync between the reactive system and the non-reactive world. Don't try to take two reactive systems and use effect between them. This can cause you huge bugs and problem in your runtime application. A word about the future, and if we look about signals in general in the ecosystem of not just Angular in JavaScript, there is a TC39 official JavaScript proposal to make signals part of the language. We see that the adoption of web frameworks is not just an hype. It's something that we probably going to have, and it's really needed, even though it's still in early stages, but there's already something like that. And I know that Angular has their own implementation, but just imagine that one day the entire JavaScript ecosystem going to share the same primitives and a way of sharing signals between. Yeah, that's it. That's all I have for you today. Thank you very much for having me. This is my contact and handle. You can, of course, reach out to me. I'm going to be outside if you want to talk about what we just said. And thank you very much.
Great. So, how I promised. So this prospect you just saw in the TC39 is one of the, for me, most exciting prospects I've seen in a while. So I'm very excited about this.
Definitely.
Thank you for your talk.
Thank you.
Okay, next on stage is Catherine. Okay, Catherine, I hope you can plug everything in. While I ask you at least one question. If money doesn't matter at all, what would be the job you would go for?
I would be a full-time sports person and sports trainer, actually. Yeah.
Okay, so you are into sport right now?
Yeah.
Okay, I leave.
Yeah.
Okay, Catherine, give it up.
Yeah. Thank you very much and welcome to my talk about the hidden challenges of runtime integrated microfrontends. I would like to present you lots of lessons learned from various projects, and I can tell you right away, not always is a microfrontend the right choice. A brief thing about my background, I'm just right now became a professor for computer science, and I can teach building web applications whole day. But before, thank you. Before, I was 11 years in IT consulting, and there I saw various projects, various different tech stacks, and my clients, they always ask me, we need a microfrontend architecture. Can you do something about it? Can you bring it alive? Despite all the challenges. And as I'm very stubborn and always seeking challenges, also my sport, I try to do what I can, dove very deep into the deeps of Angular and saw what I could do to fulfill the dream of my client. But come back to the problem. Usually, many of us, we develop web applications. It could be a project to design a web application, to build some dashboards with some features like widgets, card, type-ahead search, and so on. And if the project is reasonably small enough, it's feasible that one team or maybe two teams can develop that application. We cut out the features, we detect them, we write stories, we let the team develop one by one. But what I've seen in enterprise development, usually this is not feasible at all. Because if we would do it like this, the project would take years to be finished. And if we have a big application with lots of sub-screens, lots of functionalities, usually we need many development teams. And they could be spread all over across the world. And especially for those enterprise projects, I would like a short recap why Angular is indeed a perfect choice. It's a perfect choice because it's a full, complete framework. It's not UI only, it's really complete, and ideally you do not need so many NPM dependencies on top to make it a full framework, which makes it easy to standardize things, to have a reusable architecture, to create libraries, UI libraries, higher level component libraries that you can share in those enterprise companies across different applications. And therefore, in enterprise projects, you stumble over it quite often. But what happens now if we build an application and we have more than one development team? Let's imagine just 3 teams. This could already lead to big problems. Imagine they work together in a Scrum system and they have sprints of 2 weeks. And usually, for sure, the features are close to be finished at the last day before the sprint stops. So what happens if they develop one single-page application in one repository? They raise the pull requests against the same repo, and there might be conflicts. There might be conflicts, for example, because one of these 3 teams, they need in their feature the latest version of AG Grid. And therefore, they want to do an Angular update. And maybe another one of these feature teams is using some other dependency on top that is not so easily updatable. And then they get merge conflicts, breaking changes, and one of the teams is really unhappy what the other team just merged. And if the teams are located all over the world and the time zones don't even allow that those teams could communicate on that day, we run into a problem. Especially if it's the day before the planned release, and now the release has to be postponed by one more day. And therefore, many management people in these enterprise companies are very unhappy if we have this classic setup with one SPA and one repo, and teams would have to orchestrate dependencies and versions. They want that each of the teams can just focus on feature delivery, business feature development. And therefore, there's often the dream, let's go to microfrontends, the same way we do already for the backend. And then ideally, all of these teams, they get their own code repository, they can work autonomously, just consider their own feature, do not even need to take care of the other code, that they might break something, and do a deployment whenever they want without any alignment of versions whatsoever. And ideally, in such an enterprise setup, there might also be some side feature that's reused across multiple apps that could be written in a legacy version, and nobody's maintaining this. And ideally, with microfrontends, we can integrate that feature as well. So the dream setup is each team has their own repository, their own pipelines, is creating some production artifact, and in the end, we have still a seamless app. So the end user should not notice that this is a composite of microfrontends, that it's really one consistent app, as if I would have developed a single-page application. And therefore, I would like to highlight the term of having an app shell, some frame, some glue, maybe also some core components like headers or sidebar navigations and so on that needs to be thought of alongside these microfrontends. And if we want to have this runtime setup, that really anytime from production we can load a microfrontend into our app shell, there are two options. The first option that we would come up right away is module, or nowadays without Webpack, native federation. It's close to Angular standards. Yeah, close to Angular standards, and we can reuse what Angular thought of in its SPA features. We can communicate from the app shell to the microfrontends via Angular events. We can share in this dependency injection pool some global service. We have a clear hierarchy in routing, back and forth, with router for root and router for child. And it's even feasible if we started with a build time app, with build time libraries, to later on extract some of those build time libraries and make them runtime and module federated. And by theory, if you just look at the configuration of Webpack or whatever feature we use here, we could just from the syntax theoretically say, okay, we want to share certain bundles between the microfrontends and between the app shell, and we don't care about versioning. So ideally, just from the theory, we could configure version independence or version ranges and say, okay, my app shell is already at Angular 17, the microfrontends, some are still on 16, some use 18, that should work somehow. But in reality, it's really, really risky to break this. I did a lot of prototypes, and as soon as those prototypes became a certain complexity, sometimes they were not really that complex. I was just using a form and some form validation. I realized this is breaking at runtime, sometimes even on patch level. So it's really not reliable to say the same major version should work or even allow a more configuration, fine granular settings here. So it's really risky if you use module or native federation with version flexibility. So the only way, I would say, I would recommend you can use module federation, you can use native federation, is if you really ensure the app shell and all the microfrontends are using, down to the patch level, the exact same versions. And then you say in your config, you have Angular as a singleton, there's one instance of Angular and it has to be the same version, and then you can share it. The problem here is the dream of our enterprise management to have independent combinations because every team should be free to pick the version is gone. We have to have version equality even at minor level. And there are only two ways to achieve this. Either we have a strict governance, we schedule in the teams some tickets, this sprint we are going to update to exact this and that version, and only then it can work. Or we force the teams, they have to work in a mono repository where there's one package JSON that's ruling the global source of truth, which version is currently used. So the conclusion here is you can use module or native federation, but please dare, if you want to use different versions, you can enforce this by monorepos or governance, or we can do something else than module federation. We can wrap our components into web components. So that's the second option for runtime integrated microfrontends. We can encapsulate our distinct microfrontends, our Angular apps in a web component wrapper, and now all of a sudden we can mix and match Angular versions. And not only Angular. We can have a React framework, some widget from a third-party company. We just bought in some special widget we can add here. And this architecture solution for microfrontends using web component is really solving the strong organizational requirement to be capable to mix and match any Angular version, any version of third-party dependencies, so we can have multiple AG Grid versions, multiple RxJS versions, and so on. And all the microfrontends can be developed in separate repositories, and they don't have to communicate to the App Shell core team what they are going to use. They can just install it in their own dependencies, and it's fine. A short recap. If we talk about web components, usually with web components we mean a whole set of vanilla APIs, but the most common one we are referring to is actually custom elements. So we can wrap any application in a custom HTML tag and inject this anywhere, in plain HTML or in an existing single-page application. And Angular is really cool here because we have for many, many versions the package Angular elements. And all we need to do is install via npm or yarn this sub-package of Angular and tweak a few files in our existing code. So if we go to our app module, we can say we want to have a custom element. We can define our whole Angular app, so the root node, the root component, is becoming a custom element right now. But we could also pick any inner components of an existing Angular application and make them custom elements, make them web components that we could easily plug and play anywhere. And the magic underneath is really in this line of injection that Angular Elements is taking care that all the dependencies needed for our component, all the services, HTTP interceptors, every magic behind is included, and we just need to say we want to use our component and make it a custom element, and then we are free to use it in HTML, and just make sure we load from the remote URL the bundle that's containing the logic to bootstrap our custom element to make it alive. And once more, I made many, many prototypes up to big applications using that approach, and indeed, I could not break it anymore. So on runtime, on production, I mixed and matched Angular versions, multiple major version differences, and it was all stable. It was working fine, and no problems occurred. There's one exception. One exception which unluckily was required in our application is if the microfrontends are not just what I call widget, so a single screen representation of something, but actually inside the microfrontends there was routing involved. So sub-pages with certain sub-URLs. And the problem here is now, with this web component architecture type, we have multiple instances of Angular's router module for root. And this was never an intention of Angular. This was never taken care of. We really, with this approach, are leaving the intention of Angular, intended to be a singleton with this router knowing the whole truth, what's going on in our browser window. And Angular is intended to build SPAs with one version of the framework and has this very good hierarchy in this routers between libraries and shells. And Angular also has a lot of complexity inside this router module. So if we would just look at the API, there's so much inside, and we are breaking this by this approach. But my customer was not happy. He still wanted to have that architecture, no matter what. So I tried to figure out what was causing these runtime exceptions. What's happening right here? Why did it break? So I checked the Angular router from the inside and tried to figure out what is happening. And let's recap traditional websites. So not single-page application, but old-school websites connected via hyperlinks. So what do? When they navigate from one URL to another one, they change the window location directly. The problem is that browsers detect, okay, this property, my global window location was changed. Now I have to reload HTML, start from a blank screen, load the HTML, load the referenced CSS and JavaScript, and build everything up from scratch. And this means also that all in-memory state is gone. And single-page applications, not only Angular, but also the other ones, they use a trick. They use a trick to prevent that the browser is loading from right screen everything again. They indirectly manipulate the window location via the window history. So it works basically like a time machine. They pretend the URL we are navigating to is where we already are. And the URL we were before, yeah, it's just changed in the history. So in the browser back, it's treated like the previously visited screen. And by this whole right screen loading is prevented, and everything seems very smooth. The problem is, this is a secret to the Angular router instance. So the Angular router is keeping track that this was happening and knows its state. If we use one, everything is perfect because Angular is fully capable dealing with that. But the problem now is if we have more than one Angular instance and all these microfrontends and the shell, they all manipulate this browser history in silence, all together at the same time. We end up in race conditions because there's no event telling globally in the browser that window history got manipulated. So we can end up browser back not working. We can end up the state in the microfrontend does not reflect our URL. We see some different screen, and we can even end up in a vicious cycle of URL changes and our browsers dying. So we can break it really easily with such. And there are some ways out, for example, also on Manfred's blog, how to solve it on a top-level thing. So if you can have a convention and say you use the shell only to navigate into a microfrontend, and then you let your microfrontend do all the sub-navigation inside, you can have some base path prefix convention router matcher and say, okay, as soon as we reached microfrontend 1 as a top-level URL, microfrontend 1 is in charge. Same for microfrontend 2. The problem here is it's then no longer in control of the app shell, and the MFEs are in charge, and our customers still had the dream that we get some safety from shell level, and that we have deep linking. So really, we wanted to navigate from the app shell, from some navigation widgets, whatever, anywhere. So directly jump, for example, having microfrontend 1 loaded already from page 1 to page 2. And if we do this via a router link in the app shell, we trigger a router event and change the URL indirectly to page 2, the shell knows where we are. Shell could highlight the correct visited screen in a sidebar navigation or header, but the problem is the microphonent itself, microphonent 1, would not know that the URL has changed. It would still believe we are on the old screen on page 1 and show the wrong content, because it has no technical choice at all to know that the URL got been manipulated. And what we can do now is try to patch this problem. There's only one fundamental technical problem. This is that there's no detectable event that we manipulated our browser URL. And we could think of creating manually a URL changed event. And we have multiple native options to do that. For example, we can have custom events alongside DOM element as the event bus, or we could use the broadcast channel API. And just as a short snippet how that would look like, we have the shell. Maybe the shell manipulated the URL. It sends an event, and the microphonent can listen to it. The main difference between these two APIs is custom elements are bound to one DOM element in one screen. Therefore, they are bound to one browser tab. The broadcast channel API, on the other hand, is synchronizing across multiple browser tabs, multiple browser windows, and also across iframes. And if you think about creating such a custom patch for this URL communication, you have an architectural challenge, because you have to define standards in your enterprise company. What do I use? Which type of event bus do I use? What is the event format? So you could use these cloud event JSON base template format to form your events, but still there are some degrees of freedom, because the topic, the type, is just a string, and you would have to make sure that across all the microphonents and the app shell, and maybe multiple app shells, if you want to exchange microphonents, have to have the exact same string as the type in order to make something work. And yeah, how can we patch now exactly this URL problem? Let's go to the flow. We have our browser. It has the window location as the source of truth for the URL. We are currently at microphonent 1, page 1. Now in the app shell, we are triggering a rerouting to page 2, and this indirectly changes the URL in the browser. The microphonent 1 would still believe we are at the old page, and now the actual trick sending this patched event is using the Angular router mechanism again. So we hook into on navigation end event of the Angular router and make sure if we manipulate the URL and on navigation end, we inform everyone else living with us in the same browser window and sending an event via the agreed API, via the agreed conventional topic, and then others can listen and synchronize. So this is the only way we can have a stable implementation of multiple router Angular instances in one browser. And this is the leanest way, because we can reuse the Angular router. We don't have to replace the router. The microphonents can still use the router. The app shell can still use the router. We just make sure to inform when we do something in secret. And by this, really, we made a big application which went live on production, and everything was stable. You could reload screens, you could do browser back, you could navigate back and forth, instantiate deep links from bookmarks. Everything was fine. But still, my conclusion is not always is a fully isolated microfondant in forms of a web component the recommended choice. If it's a smaller project, it's not 20, 30 teams across the globe you cannot orchestrate, I would try to stay with Angular if we can, work in a mono repository, and if you need runtime integration, extract some modules via federation. One thing where still web components are a super valid choice is if you want to have microfrontends without routing. Because without routing, there are no problems, and compatibility between versions is really not a problem. And only in this super, super complex scenario where really this isolation of web components is needed due to versioning, and still we want to have routing, there is a way, but it has to be treated with lots of caution to have this custom router solution with these patched events. And be sure you have architectural thoughts about this API, because there is no universal API existing. You would have to come up with some standards. How shall it look like? Which event bus has to be used? How should the events be named? What kind of events do I send? What is the duty of the app shell? What are the MFEs allowed to do or not? So there are many, many degrees of freedom. So please consider, if you want to do something like this, it has to be treated with care. Thank you for listening.
Okay, I totally missed your end because I was so bent from your presentation.
Yeah.
Okay, nice. So I'm not sure why this could happen, that I don't figure out your Instagram account before your talk. So I just found it. So
Yeah.
check it out on Instagram. Because.
Yeah.
So thank you for your presentation. And
Yeah.
here are some Haribo.
Yeah, thank you.
Next up will be a break. We will meet here again at 4:30, and then we will have two amazing talks. Enjoy the groceries and the drinks and the coffee, and check out the sponsors and find people you don't meet. You know and meet them now. Find people you don't need. Welcome back. Nice. I hope you checked out the crushes and you made new friends. I will check it later, okay? Next on stage, please. Enyaq, join me on stage. A round of applause for... Okay, I also have a question for you. Where do you see yourself in 5 years? Not business-wise, private, your private life. How old are you?
24.
Okay, where do you see you in the age of 29?
Probably in a farm.
A farm?
Yeah, but still coding.
Okay, a server farm or a farm?
A cow's farm.
Okay, okay. So what kind of animals? Or no animals?
Probably no animals. Just
a farm.
Agriculture stuff.
Okay. Okay, nice. So who do you write it? Who remember this in 5 years? Raise your hand. Oh yeah. Okay. We will ask Matt Damon in 5 years. He will check it. Enjoy and give a round of applause for.
Thank you. Cool. So today's topic is going to be going deep into signals change detection. Before I go into that, I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Enyaq Halari. I come from Albania. I am a GD for Angular. I'm also a software engineer working with push-based on performance issues mostly, design system, and architectures. And let's get going. So I hope today's trip on this slide deck feels like, a lot of fun. So let's see how it goes. So let's say we have a normal app component with a count that we show and the button click. And then when we click, we just increase the count. And the question would be, how does, let's say, Angular know to update the DOM? So when does it know that something changes? Maybe it runs some change detection on every event that happens. Something like if we have the onClick, maybe after the onClick we have some Angular magic code that says run change detection, so just synchronous things. So let's say we have the onClick, but what if we use some set timeout? So let's say we schedule that, let's say, count increase for later. So, and then what happens if, let's say, we run this code? Basically, what would happen is first we log before with a count 0. Then, because it's synchronous, we log after and the count is still 0. And then we have count up increase inside the set timeout. And then, of course, we log the change part. So after 1 second, and that count there would be would be just 1. So if we use the same logic as we used before, we have Angular.run change detection synchronously. So probably we have before, after change detection, but at that point, the count is still 0. So this logic doesn't apply. So what we need to do is to move that Angular change detection call inside the set timeout, so after the timeout finished. And of course, it will look something like that, and our penguin will be happy. And if you remember, like AngularJS code, something like scope.digest to support this asynchronous code, let's forget about it. Angular change detection is better. So how to run code after some asynchronous event? Well, Angular solved this issue in 2014 with Zone.js. So what is Zone.js? Well, here's a video. You can look later, but I'll just give a short description about it. So Zone.js basically monkey patches almost all the browser APIs in order to get notified whenever an event happens. So it's like if you have the browser as a box, Zone.js will wrap this box, and anything that goes in or out, it will know, and it will notify Angular. So everything like add event listener or onClick, on mouse down, everything, set timeout, set interval, XML, HTTP request, promises, request animation frame, alerts, confirm, prompt. There's a big list you can check on the link. So Zone.js is like, okay, I'm listening to the browser, and it's like a guard there. And let's now go into some real-life stuff. Let's say we have this movies app. And of course, Angular is, let's say, composed of components. So we have app components, sidebar, navigation item, movie list, widget bar, everything else. But if we convert that to a component tree, it will look something like this. And then we have the application ref, which is at the top. And if you ever did like bootstrap application.then, and you checked what that, let's say, result is there, you probably will have seen the application ref reference. And the application ref has some methods that we can use. But most of the time we don't, maybe. So Angular with Zone.js is like this tree of components, but wrapped with Zone.js. So Zone.js is listening to this tree. So what Angular also does is after Zone.js that we import in every Angular application today, after it, let's say, is imported in our browser, so browser fetched it, Angular what we'll do is create a fork of that bigger zone that wraps the browser. And of course, create the ngZone class. And inside ngZone, there is an observable or event emitter, which is an observable, that says on microtask empty. And that on microtask empty basically will say, whenever there's no more microtasks, please notify me. And Angular uses this observable, so subscribes to it. And every time that observables emit, basically it goes and says application ref.tick. So we have a tree of components, Zone.js, and when that onMicrotask empty fires, it goes to application ref and calls tick. But what is this tick method? Well, remember that imaginary Angular.run change detection? Well, that's mostly it, somehow. So if you go into tick implementation, on the Angular source code, we'll see this detect changes in attached view. And what it does is it iterates through all the root views and calls detect changes. You probably have used detect changes when you import mark4check, but that's the same thing. So we have, by default, two change detection states, which is skipped. So there's this component that Angular did nothing with it, so it's just there. And then we have refreshed bindings. And refreshed bindings means that we have Angular running update phase for the component, but also all the lifecycle hooks after viewing it, after content checked, after view checked. I don't remember the other, sorry. So when this tick happens, Angular goes to app component and runs detect changes. And of course, detect changes will refresh that component. And after that, it goes to the first branch, runs detect changes there recursively, so to component and all its children. The same thing for second, third, and fourth branch. But basically, Angular refreshes bindings top down. And of course, refreshes means if the previous value is different from the new one, this value, I mean the stuff that we have used on the template, like count before. If it's different, then great, update the DOM. If not, then skip any DOM update, so don't do any work. So how to skip checking everything every time? Well, dirty marking plus onPush to the rescue. So dirty marking is a concept where we use in Angular a lot. And a component is marked as dirty by event listeners and click, like click mouse over, or output emissions. They use the same mechanism under the hood. So if we look at the internal code, Angular has this method called wrap listener, and inside of it has wrap listener, mark dirty, and prevent default. And what that will do is call that mark view dirty function every time we have a click or an event on the template. Then we have changed inputs so when we use changed like set input, so component ref.set input, that thing will also call mark view dirty. what's the other one? Any ideas? Well, you didn't find it, but it's just mark for check. Mark for check basically calls mark view dirty, same as all these other APIs. So Angular for dirty marking uses the same API under the hood. And this mark view dirty, what it does is it marks the current component as dirty, but also all the other ancestors or parent, and of course, until it goes to the root, which is probably app component, and marks them as dirty. So we have another state now, which is the marked as dirty state. But marking as dirty doesn't mean anything. It means just a flag was updated internally that says, this component is dirty now because something probably changed there. So with this thing in mind, let's say we have a button click now, example, and then we have a button, like a +1 there. And then we click on the button, and then we have now, let's say, Angular calling this wrap listener in mark view dirty and prevent default. And what this will do is call mark view dirty. So what we do is we mark the current component up to the top and ancestors as dirty. But don't forget about Zone.js, because now we have Zone.js, which gets notified by the click, because Angular basically uses add event listeners under the hood. So we have Zone.js now that gets notified by the click. And after everything is finished, so there's no more work on the microtask queue, on microtask empty gets fired, application ref.tick gets called, and Angular goes on app component and says, refresh everything top down. So that's an issue there because we're refreshing too many components unnecessarily. Let's use onPush and optimize it even further. I believe everyone here knows how to enable it. Go to component decorator, put change detection strategy, and put onPush there. And then with onPush, we have some other change detection states. We have the onPush one, so when we put onPush, Angular will mark it as an onPush component. And this onPush component will be refreshed only if the inputs were changed or updated. And of course, it uses triple equals check. And then we have onPush and dirty, which means this onPush component is marked as dirty and will be refreshed on the next change detection. So let's say we mark two components as onPush, the first and the second one. And then we do the same click thing. We click on the button, mark ancestors as dirty, microtask empty, kicks in, application ref tick, Angular go to app component around detect changes. Now, let's say we don't have input changes on those two components. So what will happen is they will be skipped. So they won't be checked anymore. So their children won't be checked. But all the other parts of the template will be refreshed, just like normal change detection. So we have them skipped. But if, let's say, on the first branch, we have some input change, that branch probably will be, not probably, it will just be refreshed just like normal, because we say onPush plus dirty, always refresh. Of course, the second one will be skipped. Let's mark three components as onPush. And then we have the same process again, but now, when we go with change detection on this onPush and dirty, as we said before, we also refresh that one. And that's what happens, just normal refresh. So basically with default change detection, we have too many checkings, not refreshings, also refreshings. And with onPush, we skip branches and do less checking because we know that nothing changed there. But what about the async pipe? Because, hey, async pipe and onPush improves change detection somehow. But I don't think it does do any wonders because it just uses mark for check under the hood. And if we look at the internal implementation, we see that update latest value will just use change detector ref.mark for check. So if we use this async pipe, we should have the same let's say, behavior as before. So we have 3 components as on push, and then we have async pipe on our component, and well, we didn't click. So what triggers the tick? Let's say on this observable with async pipe, we have an HTTP request, but HTTP request uses XML HTTP request under the hood, but that's patched by Zone.js. So there it is, that triggers a tick. And if we have like a click and then we update that observable or a behavior subject, then we have a click handler that notifies Zone.js. And if we do just to do that next, like synchronously, that's synchronous code, and Angular always just updates it normally. And of course calls on init on every, let's say, component initialization. But if we have set timeout, we have set timeout, which is also, let's say, patched by Zone.js. And what if we put this set timeout to run outside Angular zone? Will this work? Because now zone won't be notified anymore because it's running outside of it. Well, is it broken before v17? Yes. It wouldn't do anything. Your application probably will be in a broken state. But in v18 and later, it just works. And I'll show you how. So basically, async pipe does the same thing and is, let's say, affected by the same Zone.js patched stuff as the other events. So we have top-down refreshing again. But the question is, why do we need to mark all the ancestors dirty? Why not just mark that component where the change happened? Well, let's do that. Like, we have to do async there, and then patched event notifies zone, goes top-down refreshing again. Then we have app component that goes tick. Then we go to this onPush component, but it's not dirty, so our rules say onPush component, which is not dirty, we skip it. And what happens is that now this component was skipped because the main branch, the branch itself was skipped, so it's not updated. And of course, that brings you to a broken state. That's why we need to mark all the ancestors as dirty. Well, can we do better? Yes? No? Any idea? Yeah, I'm sending you signals. I believe all here know how to use signals or create one. Adrian also created some signals live on the stage. So signals are cool. What's even cooler are effects. They just know when a signal that's called inside of them changed. And if we use also set timeout and change the signal later, effect will still be triggered or, let's say, scheduled to run at some point, defined, of course, by Angular itself. So if we use now a signal on a template and we try to update it, what Angular will do is start to treat templates as effects, or as we call it, consumers. Effects are consumers, but I like to call them effects in quotes. And now every time a signal that is read inside a template is updated, that component will be marked as a refresh view. A refresh view is now what that signal change detection brings to the table. Just some new flags internally. And any time that Angular does change detection or top-down refreshing, it will go on each node and see, okay, if this is a refresh view, then I should always refresh this no matter what. And what's another flag is this has child views to refresh. And what this will do is this basically will be applied on all the ancestors of this refresh view, let's say, component. So let's see this in action. Let's say now instead of the click binding or the async pipe, we just have a signal in our template, a to-do signal. Of course, the moment that we call something like onClick set, that signal will mark that component template or consumer as dirty. And at the same time, it will do the same thing as the dirty marking did, go all the ancestors and mark them as has child used to refresh. But in v17, signals still rely on Zone.js to trigger the tick. So basically, when we update that signal, we have the Zone.js that gets notified, microtask empty, application ref tick. Angular goes down on app component and now sees this, has child used to refresh. What should I do with this? Well, that's where the new change detection mechanism comes in. That's called targeted mode. And targeted mode was introduced, but before that we have something else called global mode. And in global mode was a default change detection that I showed you before, where Angular, anytime it goes top down, it says, I will refresh every component that has default change detection set, like nothing set there, or if it's on push and dirty, or the signal inside of it, or the inputs changed. And then we have the targeted mode, which now will be activated every time Angular goes and checks if I have an on-push component that has child used to refresh. Then it will go and refresh only the components that are marked as refresh view. So what happens is we have app component now. We need to do some top-down rendering. And then we have app component has child used to refresh but has default change detection. What happens is we are in global mode by default. And then on global mode, every component that has default change detection, we just refresh. And then we go to the first one. We are in global mode. We are on push, not dirty, so we just skip, go to the second one. We are still on global, on push, not dirty, and we also skip. And then now we have this on push component that has child used to refresh. And what we do here is we skip. But at the same time, we convert to targeted mode because that's the rule that we applied before. And what we do is now we traverse down to the children and go, we are on targeted mode, but with normal change detection. But we said that on targeted mode, we only update refresh view. So this one, sorry, we'll have to skip. Now we are on a targeted mode and refresh view. What we do here is we refresh. And every time that Angular goes and refreshes some refresh view, it goes to global mode again. The reason is backwards compatibility, because now, even if we have signals, we can still use default change detection components inside of signals, and those also need to be updated. So this way, Angular doesn't break the old components, but also introduces this new optimization of the change detection. So we are on global mode, normal change detection, refresh. Go to the last branch, normal change detection, global mode, refresh, refresh again. And I think before we had to refresh a lot more, so this looks way better. But don't forget, the only thing that triggers it is if we have on-push components and has child used to refresh. That means we'll have to use a signal in the template on the tree, but also have one of the ancestors or the component itself as on-push. So these new rules get applied. Let's add more components. So if we have that, it looks something like this. So instead of rendering the whole tree, we only render one component. And that to me looks like local change detection. So only at the component level. But you'll need to use on-push. And with signals, that's even easier because, as I said, Angular will apply new rules that will always make sure that everything changes and gets updated. So we had this question in the beginning. So how does Angular know when something changes? Well, there's these three things that we just explained. So Zone.js, so all the events that happen on the browser. Mark for check, that, let's say, Angular has called since the beginning internally to dirty mark everything. And then now we have this cool signals thing. I believe we all have heard of the new zoneless thing. So going zoneless means we just cross out Zone.js from the equation. And we're left with mark for check and signals. So with Zone.js, we had something like this, something that is wrapping the whole, let's say, component tree and listening to every single event that's happening. And with the new zoneless thing, we have this change detection scheduler thing, which basically it's not wrapping the component tree, even though it looks like this, in order to make this, let's say, even easier to switch the mental model. So what change detection scheduler will do when it gets notified is it will make a race between request animation frame and set timeout, and which one of those goes first or wins. Then, based on that, it will schedule the new tick, because change detection scheduler also uses tick under the hood. So it looks something like this. They run, and which one wins, that's what we use. So with Zone.js, we had browser asynchronous events, which were triggering change detection. Advanced listener, on-prod, already explained that. And then with change detection scheduler, we have Angular own, let's say, changes or updates. So things like a signal update. A listener, so a click listener or any kind of listener. We have set input when we attach a view, when we detach. Anytime we have animations that are loaded, or render hooks after next render or after render, defer block state updates. And then we have this thing called mark for check. This means that in V18, if you use mark for check, you're not just dirty marking, but you're also scheduling a new change detection. And this is how mark view dirty looks under the hood now. So basically it goes, it says, change detection scheduler, please get notified because I want to run change detection at some point, whenever you want. I showed this piece of code before, and I said in V17 it's broken. But now, if we have that to do on the template with an async pipe that calls mark for check, even though it's running outside zone, that will still work, because now we have mark for check, which triggers change detection, and not just dirty marks things. This means that if your application is on push, and you're using mark for check or async pipe or push pipe or NGRX push pipe, they all use mark for check under the hood. You can just go zoneless, because that's all you need to go zoneless. So this signal thing and zoneless are two different things. And they are great when they are used together because of better developer experience, but they are not, like, let's say, required to be used together to bring zoneless to your apps. But how we can bring zoneless is, first, we go onto application providers and we say, provide experimental zoneless change detection, and that will bring the zoneless change detection scheduler to be used. Of course, it's still experimental, but if you start, let's say, using it only maybe on, let's say, development mode and not on production, then maybe you still get the benefits. But also, you also remove this 15 kilobyte of JavaScript that needs to load on every Angular application that is today in production. But also, I say it's better to use in development mode because it improves debugging. If we look at stack traces with Zone.js, it will look something like this. So we have app component template, click listener, it goes to execute listener, and then wrap listener with mark view dirty, and then invoke task, can invoke task, on invoke task, run task, any kind of task, we don't care, test. But without zone, we have click listener, wrap listener, mark view dirty, and call the changes that you made, nothing else. I hope it was something like fun and not something like crazy. So what I want to say is you don't have to care about all this. It's Angular's job to do that. As I said, if you use signals, you should be safe from any change detection issues you had before. Also with mark for check and zoneless. So the whole idea is for Angular to deliver web apps with confidence. And that is by making it performant with the new change detection modes, by increasing the developer experience, so bringing signals to the table, and being stable and reliable, meaning we it doesn't break old applications. So you can just migrate to the latest Angular, use the same code base, nothing will break. But now you'll have the possibility to use these new things incrementally. As I said, you just need an on push and a signal, and you just trigger these new change detection modes that improve at least performance or bring that local change detection that some of us really need in our applications. And there are also libraries that help you with signals. We have NGRX, which introduced select signals, but also signal store. We have RX Angular, which has full support for signals in template directives, but also in RX state. And then there is NG extension, which I co-founded with Chao, that basically has signal utilities that you can use in your apps, but also signal migrations. So you can use it to migrate to signal inputs, signal queries, new outputs, inject migration too, but all of those probably will be deprecated because Angular will bring their own tools, which are tested on Google. So that was change detection, Zone.js, and signal story for me. If you want really good performance, so even more than just local change detection, but template level or, let's say, completely view level change detection, you shouldn't miss Julian's talk tomorrow. It's really good, I promise. So if you want the slides, you can scan it here. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your talk. Okay, don't miss your drink.
That's a lifesaver, not a drink.
Oh, okay. Don't miss your lifesaver. Why it's a lifesaver?
Because.
Oh. Okay, great.
Thank you.
Then thank you again for your talk. Okay. Okay, Vitaly, join me on stage. Okay. Please do me a favor. Everyone, just look around on the table and then to the neighbor's table. Okay. Do you see someone you don't know? Point at him and say, "Hey!" Okay, you don't have to do the same pitch as me, okay? So, this, from my perspective, it sounds that you all know each other. This is great. So this is the biggest family meeting I ever experienced. Okay, hi, Vita here. So I had a lot of questions I want to ask you before. So all the questions I asked the other speakers would have been the questions I asked you, but I know already almost the answers of all of them. So I ask you a question. What's your favorite dish?
Dish? Borscht?
Oh, I know. I heard of one. Oh.
Come on, I'm Ukrainian.
And I know that we have many things in common. So this Vitaly, you know, it doesn't look like, but he's my brother from another mother, right? It feels like this.
I don't know. She spoken in German. I don't know German.
So we met in 2018.
18, yeah, probably.
Yeah. And since then we are friends. So you should definitely check out him at Instagram and at Twitter and check out his talk about web audio.
Okay.
Enjoy.
Yeah. So today I want to talk about web audio and we have some slides. Okay, that's great. And it will be focused more on users, user interfaces, and why it's important, why we care, and actually why we didn't before. Before we start, I'd like to tell a few words about myself. So I'm a lead guitarist. I'm a rhythm engineer. Wrong again. I'm a lead software engineer at EPAM. I live in Poland. I did some stuff with web audio before, mostly for guitar stuff. And I love to work with user interfaces and make users happy. So let's begin. Why our web apps actually more silent? We don't really implement any sound effects in our applications. We don't care about it. And the only applications that they do it wrong sometimes. So Of course, in web, the site is the main source of information for any user, right? As a humans, we get in 90% of all the information from seeing it. Yeah, and the last 10% are split actually between hearing, touch, then we have touch, smell, and things like that, which are not really available, at least for now, at the web. So we're missing another communication channel almost all the time in all our applications. Dark patterns that I would like to mention, the only applications they do use some sound, right? They do it for advertisement, on autoplay, everything we love, and everything we can't really skip. This leads us, not us, but browser vendors, to some decisions, which I will mention later, but in general, it is what it is. But sound could communicate information in ways that improve the user experience, right? And we should care about users, because from business perspective, our users is our revenue, right? Developers are our costs, users are our revenue. So we should care about them. And actually, this statement that I use here is taken from material design tool research, and they have a big amount of work and research done here with examples and guidelines how you should use audio in applications. And that makes me curious why actually Angular material didn't implement anything like that yet, but we'll see. So why we should use sound? It could be memorable. You can just look at the picture, yeah, and you can hear something in your mind because it's so familiar to you, right? Something like this. It's memorable. It's like your brand, right? And you can use some branding audio as well, and it will users will recognize you by it immediately. Yeah. You can improve user interfaces, providing some feedback on user actions, yeah? Notifications, clicks, and things like that. Another example, yeah? We improving interface with sound, we giving feedback. What's going on? On enable, we have zing, and set zing on another tick, right? That's actually one of guidelines. So when you enable something, it should sound like major, and when you disable something, for example, it should be more dark sounding, yeah, descending sounds. Also swipes, touches, we can improve them as well. Let's take more material example, yeah? We have ticks, and we can use some sounds on user selecting something or deselecting. And actually, I will use list as an example in my demos. Also, we can celebrate. Yeah, user achieved something, and we can make him happy with some additional sounds as well. Also, we can decorate our interfaces. Here we have some ambient sounds. But from web application perspective, we can do something on loading data, right? If your data loading takes some time, it actually would make users more happy to listen to some music or something. Not that long as you might hear on some phone calls, yeah, when they keeping you online. Not this thing, but something short and nice, it could work. So how we can implement and add any audio sound effects to our applications? We have an API for that, and it's here for years. Like, first it was implemented in simple HTML5 audio tags, then we got Web Audio API, and it's our main tool. And because of usage of dark patterns I mentioned before, browsers disallowed autoplay audio in browsers, so usually they require some user interaction. User should click, do something. Only then your application allowed to produce any sound. And today I will show two main types how you can use audio. One is to use pre-recorded files, load them and play. And the second version is how to generate audio right in your browser using some primitives. So let's start with audio files playback as more simpler way to use web audio. Why we would choose this way from practical perspective? It's easy to implement. It's we have a lot of free samples that we can download to use for free with a license that allows us to do commercial usage, right? But on the other hand, we need to manage them and mix different sounds because sometimes you have situations when sounds might collide. You have some, for example, tap sound, and at the same time you can have notification. You should prioritize them and make, for example, notification louder because it's more important action. Also, browsers supporting different formats, and we have a ton of formats for audio, and different browsers have different codecs, and it's a bit of mess. Also, we need somehow to preload our audio, right? We want user to wait when he clicks, for example, a button. We want him to wait when our audio file will be loaded. We want it to be already there in his browser and just play. But we need to somehow handle it ourselves in this way. How it looks like? Let's say we have an Angular application, Angular template. We put some audio, HTML audio files. Here we load them, and on click we have a method, play sound effect, right? We pass in some options to whether the option is selected or deselected. And this is how our basically method to play sound looks like. We get in a reference from template to this HTML audio element, and then we just call in a play method on it. That simple as it is. Here are some conditions because we have basically three states. Option could be disabled, selected, deselected. And for each of them, we provide different sounds. So let's check it out how it sounds. So here I use actually sound samples provided by Material Design 2. They have a pack, basically zip archive with audio in two formats, WAV and OGG. And I use those for this demo. This is just basic Angular material list, and I added clicks. Okay. We can also add our own branding, record some sounds ourselves. For example, I recorded some. I believe this would make your applications memorable, if you record some blues or something. Okay. Also, as I mentioned before, we can celebrate, with the user some small achievements. For example, we made all our to-dos for today. Let's celebrate it. Okay, I've done a talk, I can go away. Okay, what about formats that I mentioned before? We have a lot of them. Here we have just most common. Basically, we have WAV, which is the biggest because it's kind of raw audio, non-compressed really, and basically it's something we won't use for web because of size. We have MP3, we have FLAC, OGG, and etc. But different browsers support different of them. So if we're using HTML5 audio tag, we can provide multiple sources. This is really similar to how we use images and picture element, but for audio. And browser basically chooses the format it supports from what we provided and loads it and plays. As easy as it is. The only thing we need actually to convert each file into a few formats. and to be sure that we're covering all our target browsers. Okay, also, as I mentioned, we have ability to do pretty much the same without bloating our templates with actual audio tags. We can do it programmatically, creating an audio object, we provide a source, which is a path to our file, we load it and play. It's really the same thing. But basically, it's quite a bit of boilerplate, right? To play something. Also, there are some corner cases with, as I said, with multiple sounds at the same time. We need to handle this, or preloading and stuff like that. So there are some libraries for that. I will mention a few of them because it's a huge territory and the topic is really big. So we have, for example, sounds control, which handles sounds and loading like in games. We basically providing all resources beforehand. Then we giving them some keys, tokens that we will reuse later. If you ever use something like Phaser.js for games, they have pretty much the same workflow when you preload all the samples and then just play them calling by key. That's it. We have something already wrapped to Angular modules like NGX Howler, which wraps Howler.js. It has different approach how they handle loading and playing things, but in general, it's just the matters of syntax and things like that. They do pretty much the same things in different ways. And you can ease your workflow using such libraries. Okay, that was it for like playing audio. But we can actually generate audio right in browser and don't mess with audio files loading. So when we can choose this, basically in this case, our audio files will be in our code, and this gives us a bonus because our bundlers know how to split code, how to preload it, and things like that. So everything will be handled by Webpack or Bazel, whatever you use. And it gives us some flexibility. On the downsides, not every brand would fit like synths like electronic music, which these generators sound like. And it might be complicated sometimes. So Web Audio API provides us with a main object called audio context, and it's kind of our canvas where we set up in the sound chain. Any web audio chain is a graph. Basically, you have nodes which you connect in the chain, and it reflects how you process the audio. Yeah? For example, we have source. It could be the same audio media element, it could be some audio nodes or whatever, it could be input from microphone, for example. Then we create a gain node. Gain node is just a node that amplifies or controls the volume of our sound. Because amplitude basically means volume. And we connect our source to gain node, and then we connect it to destination. Destination is a default system output, audio output that we have. But if we want to user to have ability to select something else, we can do it with web audio, but it's a bit more advanced stuff. But by default, it will output to whatever source is connected right now to your laptop or computer. So if we will, usually when we want to model somehow sound, we use sine waves, for example. In reality, sound is more complex. It's not that simple as a sine wave, but for modeling and understanding how it works, such a model is a great thing. So basically, if we take our sine wave, amplitude is a volume, how loud it sounds, and frequency is a note's pitch. Okay. Also, as a humans, we have a limited bandwidth, which we hear. it's generalized, like kind of standard to think about it as 20 hertz to 20 kilohertz. But in practice, in reality, all we are different. And our bandwidth actually depends on our own ears, yeah, and even more, our hearing degrading over the time. And when we became older, we hearing less high-frequency content. So it depends, but for standardization, it's taken like 20 kilohertz limit. But in case we have the same nose here, how we recognize different sounds, for example, whether it's a barking dog or wolf or different instruments. Is it a piano or is it a guitar? Have you thought about it? So we have something called harmonics. And this is what gives everything its unique sound. Even our voices, they are different because we have different harmonic content. So what is it? So let's say we have some note and it has some certain frequency, yeah, some pitch. And if we will use fast Fourier transforms, we will get a graph like this. And on one axis, we have frequencies that are present in our audio. And on the other hand, we have amplitude, yeah, loudness, amplitude. So basically, our main frequency, which is our note, will be the dominating one with the biggest gain, biggest amplitude. But at the same time, we will have way more content on upper octaves, which will have less amplitude. And depending on which of those harmonics have which amplitude, it's colorized, let's say, the sound. Yeah? And that's why piano sounds different than guitar. So how we can generate sound in browser? For that, Web Audio provides us with a basic building block, oscillator. What it does, it produces some sound wave infinitely until we stop it. Normally in electronics, oscillation is something you don't want in your designs, but on the other hand, we use them in things like synths, electronic pianos and all this stuff. They use electronic and nowadays more software-based implementation of oscillator, and browsers provide us with oscillator nodes. What it could do, we can specify different sound waves. I will show what the difference between some of them. So basic sine wave, triangular, square, sawtooth. Also we can provide an array of numbers describing any waveform we want. It's called custom, and we specify some frequency, what the pitch of a note we want to play. And we can play and stop the sound. For Angular, there is a great package called Angular Audio Context, because unfortunately older browsers had some prefix API implementation, things like that, and library Angular Audio Context, it utilizes standardized audio context library, and it handles such differences for different browsers for us. So it's very convenient to use it. So how our simple sound would look like? We're creating an audio context, and telling him, please create an oscillator for us. We want our oscillator to be, let's say, sine wave. We set some frequency for it, and then we playing it for some period of time, 200 milliseconds in our case. So how it sounds like? We can make some disco, right? Techno or whatever. And it's very primitive sounds that we can produce. And actually, here you see sine, triangle, sawtooth, and it reflects that which kind of wave we are playing on selection of each of those. First one is sine, second one is triangle, And they have a bit different sounding, yeah. Even they have the same amplitude, exactly the same amplitude, loudness, right? But they sound to us kind of different volume levels. It's just our perception because of those waves. Okay, how we can improve it and make it more naturally sounding? We have something called ADSR, attack, decay, sample, and release. Right? The thing is that when we play or even when we speak, we don't produce like exact amplitude right away because we have some ramp up, ramp down, and basically ADSR is a way to describe how our sound wave should start and end. Yeah, so we have some rising amplitude at the beginning, then we have small decay. Then we have something called sample, which keeps it constant for some amount of time, and release. Then we ramping down our sound. And basically, it's the simplified model how any sound producing works. Again, as you've seen in previous beep method, we had some kind of boilerplate, and we don't really want to deal with on that low level. We can use some libraries. Here is just two examples. Again, it's a huge field. You can do a big research, like hundreds of different libraries, and they, again, implementing everything their own way, so different APIs. For my demo, I choose Tone.js. It's kind of most popular one. So, as you can see, it's simpler, our code is smaller, and our sound will be also a bit better. So we're creating some synth oscillator again. Under the hood, it uses the same oscillators, but enhanced with ADSR and things like that. And we providing some pitch, like note notation, yeah, G and A, and we specifying the length of these pitches. It's kind of, if you had in the past Nokia phones, they have this ringtone editor, and they use pretty much the same notation for it, basically. I love this thing. Okay, let's hear how our improved beeps sound. Again, it sounds a bit more natural, right? Not that hard electronic techno stuff. So we can do pretty nice, interesting thing, and really similar to what, for example, Angular not Angular, but Material Design provides us in their samples. And it's just few lines of code. We can even do some polyphonic stuff, add some effects on top, and experiment with it a bit more. Let's hear this. Yeah, should be heavy. Maybe you can recognize even what the song it is. Okay. And as I said, I touched only a bit of this territory of web audio because each subtopic is kind of a big rabbit hole where you can dive deep because, for example, generation of audio and synthesizers and things like that, it's a huge topic. They're doing really advanced stuff sometimes. And if you want, you can go deeper. But if you won't, you can just use some library like Tone.js and that's it. And it will handle your requirements and things like that. So what I try to do here is to provide some practical approach, how you can select and which way you can go, which library you can choose. But anyway, you will need to make own research and evaluate which library fits better your particular project. That's it for now, and please make your applications loud with some electronic music or bluesy guitars and things like that. Thank you for listening.
Nice. That was kind of that stuff I was expecting for you.
Right.
I had other expectation also, but I guess you know which one.
I don't know.
Okay, first of all, this one. So, who of you is playing guitar? Oh.
This one.
Nice, thank you. Who of you is playing a guitar or bass? You should check out Drunk Beaver.
Yeah, the thing is that my surname, it could be translated into English like beavers. That's why I have this small mascot. And people used to call me Beaver at school or at army and things like that.
Okay. So go on Reverb and
I don't on Reverb.
Oh, no, you're not anymore on Reverb. You're check the internet for Drunk Beaver and for the effect pedals.
Okay.
Yeah, awesome. Okay. Thank you very much, Vitaly.
Yes, thank you.
I really enjoyed it. Okay. That was the last talk, but before you jump up and leave the room, please, Robin, join me on stage, because there's some very important information you don't want to miss. Super important. Super, very, extreme important.
So, hello everyone. How do you like day one so far? Give me an applause for day one. Nice. Super cool. Thanks. If you have any feedback or something, we have the evening party. It's going on here. You can reach out to me if you want something else tomorrow. Or also, I'm also okay with good feedback. If you like something, just come to me. And for the evening, I want to tell you some details we have planned. So outside, there's like a food truck where we have burgers and burritos. It's beef, chicken, vegan. Yeah, beef, chicken, vegan. Pork? Okay. So, all of you, maybe you already have noticed that the lunch was like vegetarian vegan. And that's because of me. I'm really sorry. Because when I like order food for nearly 400 people, I do it vegan. Yeah. Thanks for the vegetarian people. Yeah. No, but if you like to eat some meat, you can do it individual now at the food trucks. There's meat. Don't be worried about. And yeah, you can buy the food stamps at the station in the sponsoring area or directly at the food trucks. Enjoy the food. Later here at the stage, we will have a little PowerPoint karaoke. So if some of you want to stand on stage and just want to present a random presentation, it's super fun. The fridges here will be filled up with like drinks, alcoholic and non-alcoholic, and we can have a good time here. And we will have a Kicker Tischfußball tournament right there. So yeah, I hope we all will have a nice evening. Thanks for day one, and let's enjoy the evening and see you tomorrow. Thank you very much.